Okay. Hey guys, welcome to today's live Saturday, right? Yeah, Saturday.
Yes, all
Anyways,
day.
Charmaine's in the house. I guess she's a stand-in for Melissa from American Justice. It's been a minute, eh, girl?
Yeah, it's been about a couple of months anyway.
Couple months. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think I did one. I think I might have done one in December.
Yeah.
I think I was here
Well,
once.
you've been like really busy, and you're here, you're there, you're bopping around here in Canada, if between
Anyway,
Alberta and then I guess not. Yeah,
BC.
BC
Yeah,
a little bit,
BC.
eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been bouncing back and forth between Fox Creek, Slave Lake, Lethbridge, Salmon Arm consistently since November. It's just been crazy.
I know. Well, I took you up on your offer from yesterday when you said because you couldn't make the last live because you were still driving or whatever and work, so you
Stuck
couldn't
in
make that.
Edmonton.
A
Stuck in Edmonton, yeah.
oh that was yeah yeah. So you guys, Charmaine has her true crime story. Got it right.
You got it. Yeah, yeah.
I always want to say, I don't know why, but I always want to think that there's like a true crime bed or like true crime bed story or something like that.
No,
That's,
because there's actually a true crime story,
yeah,
um, true crime
bed
story something or other. So we added true crime
story.
story podcast to ours, and then
Right.
on YouTube for whatever reason, my daughter when she set it up, she had it Brie and or
Sharon Bree.
true crime story podcast with Brie and Char, something ridiculously long. So I
Yeah,
just recently changed it on YouTube. So we're just true crime story.
yeah. On there. But anyway, so yeah, so we all know that Melissa's has to go visit her brother over there, so she's going to be gone for a week or so. And Charmaine yesterday was like, well, I can do today. So I'm like, hey, you want to, you available? Hi, Strictly Chaos. How are you? Hi, Janine. How are you? And Karen Powers is in the house. Okay, so um, there's a bit we're going to go through today on this one, but have you been keeping up with the Kardashians or the Sebastians of the world? No?
Just what you've got. Just what you guys have been doing, and I've
Yeah.
been kind of rewatching because I'm never around to catch a live, it seems. So
Yeah.
I have
Well,
been, as for retaining the information, not so much. Nothing in my brain has really changed, like my opinions and stuff. So
yeah, and we'll get into that again. But I just want to say that today's live is sponsored by Orange Crush. Okay, not really, but whatever. So guess what? Hold on. Yeah, you can have your Clamato juice. All right. I got zero sugar.
oh,
Zero sugar.
wow.
Yes. Right? Right?
Where did you get that?
Avon.
Wow, I've never seen that before.
I know. So my husband was like, next thing you know, they're going to come out with zero sugar cream soda, which is my ultimate fave. What's your guys' favorite pop and chat? Just asking for a friend.
Hmm.
But I was, okay, this is probably number five, and I got these last night. Just saying. Oh my goodness. So amazing. So, and you know what? Like, even my husband, like, because we always drink zero sugar because of I have diabetes. Yeah. So everything always has to be like diet, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, anyways, this is like pure heaven right here, having this. But yeah, I've been powering them back like they're my best friend.
Does it taste the same?
Thank you. So thank you. That's what I was just gonna say. So actually, yeah, but even better, to be honest, because
Oh,
it's actually more of a smoother taste, I'll say, than more of the acidicy. Like it still has that, little kick to it, but it's almost like a smoother. Like you don't. For me, it's like it feels like I'm just drinking Orange Crush. To be honest with you. Mm, mm,
I used
mm.
to really like Orange Crush, and then when I was being tested for diabetes, they do that tolerance test, and they give you that orange soda. And ever since then, I can't drink the orange. Yuck.
Yeah. um, yeah, Dr. Pepper I can get in zero sugar. Same with
Mhm.
Sprite. I mean, the basic ones I can get, but it's my favorite in soda and orange. Those are the ones that I just miss. Like whenever I see that multi-pack that has like, the grape, the cream soda, the orange, and whatever, a root beer. I
Root
can
beer.
now diet root beer I can't, but when it's in a pack, right? But it's all, sugar. And when you're diabetic, it's like 8 grams of sugar. So I got and
Innocent.
yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me just tell you about the most. I got my order yesterday, yeah, and I had ordered 12 mini croissants. I don't know who picked my order, but I got 12 things of croissants.
Oh,
12 with six in it, like literally 12 packages. So I'm like, well, to be honest with you, at the time I honestly didn't know. So I was like, well, I didn't order all these. And so I gave him back six, not realizing after he had left. Then all of a sudden my husband's like, he's like, oh, and here's these mini ones. And then there's 3 packs. So meaning 12 total. So I guess there was like 9 and then 3. I'd only ordered $3. So anyway, so I look at my bill last night and I'm like, $45? You charged me $45 for my croissants? Well, obviously, yeah. After realize that whoever picked my order literally gave me 12 at 5.99 or whatever it was. Who's messaging me? Who's messaging me? All of a sudden, you just hear it going off on there. Anyway,
so do
but
you get
yeah,
a refund?
I will. But I'll do it. I'll do it through uh, the head office. Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And but anyways, yeah. And then the brainiac obviously as well um doesn't know what 30 eggs means because we ordered 30, like the big family pack eggs we always order. And my
Yeah.
husband, we always switch it out, right? Get a little less, okay? So I like white eggs, my husband likes brown eggs. Honestly, I think it was just the coloring of brown eggs that always turned me off in a
Mhm.
sense. No offense, it wasn't a racial thing there. It was just it was just literally the look. It's kind of like if I was to look at green peanut butter versus brown, I'd probably want to puke. But anyways, so we alternate brown, whatever. But anyways, the person that picked it gave me 2 12 eggs, and I'm like, I didn't get 18 and 12. I got 12 and 12. So that's 6 eggs. 6 eggs I was charged for as well. Anyways, can gonna at least have around the $45. Give them back, you know. But anyway, yeah, I was just like, anyways. So now I have all these croissants, and I'm sitting there yesterday going, to the boys, my husband and my brother-in-law. I'm like, you boys better start eating all these croissants because they don't last very long. Like the freshness of them, right? A couple days, and then they're yeah. Okay, so you guys obviously the picture that's before you, we Melissa had done this amazing file. I did tag it in yesterday's video. I did that today, tagged it. We sent it out to Twitter and that last night and dropped the link in here. Um, Charmaine, it's a very comprehensive so far, 67 pages of different things in regards to the Sebastian case. A lot of it being the interviews, timelines, things that were said by the Proudfoots or Seth, um, to do with Sebastian and to do with, possibly things that, when Christopher Proudfoot double talks. But anyways, it's one of those things that it's all factual stuff, right?
Mhm.
There's no BS, there's no fluff in there. We're not into that stuff like that. Just information. So these are all words out of their mouths. It's when the interviews were, whether it was on a news station or a YouTuber. Um, but there's still more to come. Like there's the web sleuth one. Like there's still more to add to it. But so we call this one 1.0, right, Melissa? So, anyways, Melissa did you guys a wonderful job of this. It is in the description of this video, okay? So you can find it, when you see the title and hit more. So the link is there as well. I can easily drop it again in here. But again, thank you to Melissa because that took a lot of time. Did you see what we were showing yesterday, right?
I did,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that we're talking hours of boredom listening to Christopher Proudfoot for like 7 hours. She did. I remember listening to those lives, and I'm just like, oh my god, where am I going to find it? So if you guys want really, for the most part, most of the stuff that's out there, to do with interviews and timestamps, again, it's a beautiful, I call it the holy grail of Sebastian, because nobody's put that type of effort into like putting something together that vast of all that. Like people put out little, things here and there, but nothing this comprehensive, which is awesome. It was one of those things that I'm amazed that Melissa stuck to it, because honestly, that was kind of almost like restarting from scratch on Delphi. You
Yeah.
know, you're just literally whatever.
Oh, it's very
It's
time
great.
consuming, and the amount of detail and work that she put into it is incredible.
Absolutely. So again, thank you, Melissa from American Justice. And then I also, in the description of the video, is underneath that link for the Sebastian file is her channel as well, and which I could drop here, or she could, because she's watching anyway. Okay. Hi, Wendy. How are you? Justice Jane's in the house. Painstaking for sure. Absolutely. So, just appreciation to, like I said, all the hard work. I always appreciate it when, sometimes people do the work for me and I go watch a video and I'm like, I don't have to do that anymore. Right, Jennifer Coffman-Duffer, or right, Mr. E podcast. Okay. So, um, what, tell everyone what you're still feeling like with Sebastian Rogers' case.
I can't get around the Katie. She's the last one to see him. She doesn't want to talk or share the actual timeline and stick to one story. I think that Christopher, at this point, I think maybe he knows what happened. But at the beginning, I think that he was just sticking up for her, and he's just that, loud, overbearing partner. The fact that we learned now that they were on the verge of splitting up. I don't know if that's been debunked or not, but that kind of plays into it too with me a little bit. Like she maybe was doing that to keep Christopher in her life.
Okay, so that is actually factual. That's not debunked. Seth has said it. It's just that the only piece that I pulled was from Donna Serafina and Sweetie Pie Low that day.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact that Donna was talking with Seth. That's why I give that more credibility. But Seth has said it about that situation. So shocking? No.
No. And I mean, if we look back in time, like how many
5 minutes.
women do this kind of stuff to keep a man, whether the man is good for them or not?
Absolutely.
All the way back to probably even before Susan Smith, but then as recently as Letitia Stock.
2-6. I'm still here.
This is just
Yeah.
it's a sad reality that some women are, I don't know.
A lot of people think that this is very comparable to the Stouch case.
Yeah. I mean I do, and I think that I don't know all the details that you guys do, but there's something in that few minutes where she left the house to go look for him or whatever in the morning. Her car was in the garage. There, I think that's where the answers
Well,
are.
well, I guess that will take us to 1 second here. Uh, whoops. What did I do? I think I had us here like this. 1 second. Oh, hi, Shermaine.
Okay.
We're up close and personal now. How do you feel about that?
I'm good. I'm fine with it. Whatever.
Okay. So let's take the media thing off for a second here.
Yeah, what is this? I can't make it out, Sonny.
Okay. Okay. So we all know how much I failed during Delphi looking at pictures and trying to understand what was at the crime scene. It was based off a video by Devil's Hop Yard that was taken because there was footage that was like the footage was there at first from the helicopter, but then of course they took it out and edited it. Anyways, and so basically, then I ended up using that for a while, and then I ended up just going back and finding it myself because I wanted it to be my own work. And I can honestly say, of course, in hindsight, because honestly, I spent years, like I literally spent 4 years looking at every detail of these pictures of the crime scene. So I knew where the crime scene was, but it was just a matter of, honestly, so in hindsight, the pareidolia. Like there was nothing there that I thought that I saw. And I was almost flabbergasted because here I thought I was being very articulate, detailed. I didn't want to, like, I always tried to always, um, think that I'm, you know, putting out stuff there that I've put my heart and soul into, thinking that I'm doing my due diligence, come to realize. And the thing was is that I ain't no expert in pictures and stuff like that. I started from scratch, zero. But of course, over the couple years, like few years here, then you realize, oh my god, like none of it was even there. Even the people that said that some sort of other things were there originally, nothing was there. Sticks, yes, but that's because we knew that, like we knew, did know a lot of, quite a few details of the crime scene because of the people that were loose lip sink ships type of people, like the uncle, to Abby there, and through the people that had seen the crime scene that day. And so, you know how information goes around. But, anyways, so if you want to talk about pareidolia, like, so when I seen this, I was like one of those moments where I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Actually, okay. So the survey question was, um, so Charmaine, I know only 36 votes, but the question was, do you believe that this is Chris and Katie carrying Sebastian in the pareidolia photo going around? 61% are saying yes. 14% no, let's get real. 25% said no clue whatsoever. Um, you know what? This is one of those things, trust me, people, okay? Sitting there, I remember playing with this video just the other day, okay? Yeah, from the video of where this kind of came from, that same one that everyone's seen. And there was a point there where I had changed the coloring a bit, and literally it looked like a figure holding a camera. But I knew better than that after dealing with Delphi. I knew that the pixelation was creating an image out of something that wasn't there. And then, you know what, you guys, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I'm just going to give you my thoughts, and people can believe whatever they want, because at the end of the day, we're trying to bring awareness to Sebastian Rogers. And obviously, he just didn't like magically disappear and go poof, right? Like, and Houdini out of there. It didn't happen. I can understand what people are seeing in here. Um, because people are trying to claim, like at the bottom here, like let me just go to that picture quickly. That like this is a boot, and a leg, and this is like Sebastian or Christopher Proudfoot's face, and this is Sebastian, I think, over here. So sorry, Sebastian's body that they're oh, I see what they're saying here. Okay, so they're saying like this would be the foot, then the leg, and that they're carrying his body. Now, could this randomly be true? The reason why, Charmaine, and I'm going to ask you your opinion here, and you guys can put whatever opinions you like on there, is because you're going to tell me that this camera that's on the corner of Stafford and Kellen that is capturing the video. So you're going to tell me that this vehicle that pulls up at 2:58, where the lights are shining on the truck and it's kind of hitting the grassy area, you're going to tell me that you wouldn't be able to make out any particular person or Sebastian getting into a vehicle, and a vehicle that has their lights on? That's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. That camera would have catches. So this isn't one of those things like out of the darkness comes Sebastian, Chris and Katie carrying him and stuff like that. No. Okay. They're showing there's the truck, right? And they've inverted the colors, first of all. Okay. So I'm just trying to keep it real. Okay. I'm not going to put any emphasis on this photo whatsoever myself. I know exactly what pareidolia is and what you can get. I should have saved. Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did save it. Let me just quickly Anyways, Charmaine, your thoughts. And I'm just going to look for that.
I mean, I don't see anything really. And I'd just like to back up a little bit and say about your Delphi work there, just because you got it wrong, and I think you looked at it so much that you did start to see things that maybe weren't there, that doesn't take away from the heart and soul and the work that you put into it, Sunny. Like you say it like,
Oh,
I was so wrong, blah, blah, blah. Nobody else was doing that. Nobody else was putting that kind of time and effort in. You had people that were concentrating on maps and recreations and stuff, and all great. It was all very informative, but I mean, you did a lot of work to that. So,
at the end of the day, people just want to help. They want to help understand and they want to help solve in certain cases as well. They want to try to figure out what happened. In Delphi, absolutely. Do I feel embarrassed by my to myself? Absolutely. But by that same token, it was a learning experience about pareidolia and what happens when you start playing with pictures and enhancing them. And so in that case, so let me just quickly.
when is this supposed to have been taken? Like that
Oh,
night?
on the 26th. At,
So, I thought the police confirmed that Chris was away at work.
mhm. Well,
So,
they've never said it. A lot of other people that have talked to people that have worked on Chris that had worked on the site, like Sylvester's. Well, no, it's not Sylvester's. Silver's on the scene. Um, like a PI. Like there are people that have confirmed it individually, but LE has never said it. Okay.
we
Yeah.
really never said anything much, really, right?
No, they haven't said anything much. Um, Let me just say, Karen Powers, I want to know why the Flip CB was at Warshman's at 5:15, allegedly. Why did she deny being at CB's? Oh, is that Kathy Bowersock's house when Seth got there later and claimed not to be away from her own house until 10ish a.m. I'm honestly, Karen, I'm not going to lie. I'm not so familiar with the Warsham's thing. That's like a store, I believe, and CB stands for Kathy Bowersox. Um, and CP's house when Seth got there and later claimed not to be away from her own house until 10ish. Um, yeah, I honestly, I can't really speak on that too much because I honestly don't know much about this particular question that you're asking me, to be honest with you. So sorry about that part of it. Uh, like when I was hearing about the Warshims recently, I was like, wait, what? So I kind of took a boo, to understand it a little bit, or just to understand like what Warshims even was. And then I think it's like a store, something like that. The story, because Silver's on the scene, had driven over there, but I'm not familiar with what was said about that. Um, which reminds, okay, really nice to see Shar on the panel. She has been missed. Oh, Lacey, you just like seeing your fellow sloop. That's what you do. I saw their footage, but can't remember who's live. And not the same picture, but I thought I saw KP stuffing someone into a trash bag type bag. I also thought I saw a different picture with TB or DG in yard. Not sure. If it's from a channel typically that um isn't factual stuff and they're just trying to talk about stuff. I just like to keep it real. I don't like to watch things like, for instance, this. The only reason I'm even bringing this up is because it's out there a lot, and it was talked about, like I think on Nancy Grace, even on this scrub video that at her podcast that she ended up taking down. But some people already captured it, so we'll get into that as well. Um, but after dealing with Delphi stuff, but I'm not into the drama channels, so I don't really pay attention to them. So if it was from one of those channels, um, then I don't really watch them. I might come across them, and then when I realize that it's like when I was watching one the other day that was about this picture, like almost all of it, and I can't be asked because I know the difference, especially after Delphi. And for me, it's like deja vu all over. It's people making something out of nothing, and there's no proof to it. It's edit. It's a piece of the video that they're trying to manipulate. When I say manipulate, I'm talking about of the editing and distorting of the colors. And again, but I do. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Michelle After Dark did make me laugh. Yeah, yeah, maybe soon I'll be understanding of that one more, Karen, on that one. But I okay, Charmaine, you might get a kick out of this as well. Give me a second here. I mean, it did make me laugh. I think it was so SF investigates. Um, I mean, he's a Christopher Proudfoot, probably like 5.0, to be honest with you.
Wow.
Arrogant beyond belief, full of himself, honestly. And then when he was on the Lore Lodge, honestly, the guy could barely conjugate a sentence together. It was like, you see, let me just explain. He kept doing that, and I'm like, dude, you need to go back to your Twitter over there and type stuff because you obviously are better at putting words to paper or to text or whatever than to talking on the thing. I mean, he's just a narcissistic, arrogant. Like if you think Christopher Proudfoot is one, boy,
Wow,
like where
that's
did he like what in their childhood made them think that they were that special over other people? That's what I'd like to know. What point in their life did someone say, "You are the best boy ever. You are the smartest and brightest. Don't let anyone tell you different. You are actually better than all the rest." Now I'm thinking of the song. All right.
and I think maybe I'm creating a monster with my grandson. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. I don't know.
Honestly, no, don't. Okay. My older sister Paula is pure proof of that. You want to talk about narcissistic personality? Freaking Satan, I call her. Okay.
Really?
Oh, she was always told just how beautiful she was. How just, honestly, it went to her head. Uh, and like she even remembers these comments too. And she thinks she's all that and a bag of everything else. Honestly. I I don't recommend constantly telling someone that you're the best, you're the most beautiful kid in the world. Okay, typically your child is not. Okay, they're very average looking, most of them, but to us, they're beautiful. But I tell you, these narcissists, they come from that stuff. But I believe that it's already in the personality. I remember being 2 years old, 1 years old, sitting on top of my sister, thinking I was like the strongest because I would always beat her up as we got older as well, even though she was taller and bigger than me, type of thing. So it started when I was a kid. I can remember that moment. I'm sitting, I'm in my diapers, and I'm literally 1 years old and I'm literally doing this, like, as I'm sitting on her and stuff like that. But to me, I swear, when you come down the chute of the, female anatomy there, that you already have some sort of built-in personality for sure.
No.
Yeah. And but Paula came down as Satan, narcissist, and honestly. But it's always like everyone just always said how beautiful you were, Paula. And Paula would literally say to us, like, you guys are just jealous because I'm more beautiful than you. Maybe,
Wow.
yeah. You know, karma's a bitch. Just say that. Okay, but I want to show you this thing on Michelle After Dark. You guys don't get offended by it. If you do, I take everything with a grain of salt. Come on, where is she, Michelle? Uh, There we go. After Dark. It made me laugh only because it's kind of what I'm talking about. Let's see. Is she on Michelle After Dark when she did this one? Let me just see. Um, Darn it. What's her other channel? Must have been on her other channel.
I have no idea.
It wasn't a video. Oh no, here it is. Okay. 1 second, you guys. Okay, so take this with a grain of salt. Nobody get mad, and if you do, well, you know where the door is. Okay. Oh, hi, Shireen. We meet again.
She's not insulting you, is she?
No. Mm-mm.
I have no idea what happened
Okay.
to me.
We're gonna go to the end of it. Okay. So her title did piss me off though, because it says breaking and then real, and you spelled real wrong, Michelle. Did you mean to? Real kidnapper of Sebastian Rogers revealed, right? Who's not going to click? Sharon, I concur. Okay. So this is about this picture. Sebastian, Chris, Katie. Okay. So SF, that a-hole that he is, basically says that our expert analysis confirms the truth. Okay. All right. This did make me giggle. Even she can't stop laughing.
It looks like a foot.
I know. Well, no, just
Oh, look,
wait
what's
for
it looking like? What's it looking like? Using our proprietary super imaging, heel-based thermal supercomputer, multispectral Bunyan detector software, we have conclusively identified the image as. Wait for it. Oh, custom fit orthotic inserts providing foot pain relief in as little as 90 seconds. Listen, if I didn't laugh, I'd cry. Guess what? The real kidnapper of Sebastian Rogers was Bigfoot.
Okay.
Not here.
I'm sorry. I got a kick out of that. Dr. Jules. Oh my God. Because that's exactly what pareidolia is.
Yeah.
You see an image and it's manipulated, and again, it's inverted in colors. Oh, wait, that's what I was going to show you actually. Here, I'm just going to put us like this for a minute and then we'll do that. So stop screen. So we don't keep popping up big. So okay. So here was an image that I had grabbed from that lights. What I was trying to do was change the coloring because I wanted to see if there was something, just something that could show me that there was a person behind that second light. Okay. Not the floodlights up top, of that second light right in the middle. Now, although I'm pretty sure I have a better version of this picture, but anyways, so let me just make it bigger. So when I stopped the video as I was playing it, I was like, oh my God, there's literally like these. No, yeah, this one I obviously cut off the other one, but because it was more clear than this. But, anyways, so you see how it created lines? And this is the light right here. And it's almost like this is showing like a shadow of someone creating these lines. And it has this look like someone is holding this camera, um, flashlight camera thing that's up here, more so, right? Can you see what I'm saying? See how it creates this look? So, oh, I guess I made us thin. Charmaine, do you want to be thin or not? But anyways, but you guys get what I'm saying? That was just something I took recently, and I was like, I know better than to think that that's a reflection in the shadowy night there, and that that it's given me these lines. Like, look at that part right there, especially right here. Like, look at these lines that it come up with, right? See what I'm saying? That's not there.
Yeah.
So again, it just goes to that thing I'm saying is that, honestly, think whatever you like, doesn't really matter to me, to be honest with you. Bottom line is, we're just trying to all find Sebastian. We're trying to understand it. Most people believe that Katie and Christopher, had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Why? Because that's what they've, in a sense, projected in their actions and their non-actions and stuff like that. With about that. Now, Shemaine, is there anything that you wanted to say?
No, I mean, the more that I looked at that first picture that you had up, the more I saw figures, but they didn't look like Chris Proudfoot. If there was somebody in that person's arms, it did not look like a 15-year-old boy. That, I mean, I could see maybe where like an elbow is over a shoulder and a black hood, like a black hoodie on the back, an arm kind of draping around, but that doesn't look like a 15-year-old boy to me, and it certainly does not look like Chris Proudfoot. I don't see Chris Proudfoot face. Like I don't understand how stuff like this has legs to get around the internet. You know, like
yeah. Well, sadly it is, and they were talking about it, I guess, on the Nancy Grace thing as well. And
blows my mind. Nancy Grace grabbed hold of this picture. Are you kidding me? Like what? Why?
Talking about it, yeah. Well, a lot of people are amazed on that, and that's maybe why the video of her podcast was scrubbed, because maybe she took a lot of slack from it.
Yeah.
Because I just think it's typically like she usually has the father on, but this time, she had some experts and autistic person and a canine guy, and and then they had Clutch Them Pearls and Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis. I think we're all on it. And actually, there was one thing that really bugged me in listening to that as well, and I know that it's been out there, but Seth Rogers clearly on Pascal, because I found that clip, and then people are like, meaning most people were not playing that clip again. I started playing that clip where Seth said that about that, and I see that it's become more active again, of course. And he literally said, and he said it to me on the live as well, that it was a garbage truck, and that on Pascal's, he clearly said that Ellie, like Christopher Proudfoot, seen it, and blah, 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 blah. And that they went to the Ellie, they were shown the video. They said it was a trash truck video. And for some reason on Nancy Grace, Seth, you need to clear that up, because on Nancy Grace, she was talking about the flashlight video, and you said, I don't know, Ali hasn't talked to me or said anything to me about it. That they haven't said anything to me about it.
Oh, well, but was that before or after?
No, that was
recently.
Yeah, it was on the podcast from yesterday.
Wow.
So unless, I can't see that she took that information from a previous live of somebody's.
No.
Nancy doesn't do that. But so I'm confused with that, because, Seth is, sure, he's, not said things, and, but like nothing like Christopher Proudfoot, it's so nominal. Like, it's a father that's just brokenhearted looking for his child.
That's right.
But that confused me.
Well, yeah, because that's a complete, I don't even want to use the word, but it's a complete contradiction.
Yeah.
Like a 180.
Yeah. Okay, so kind of want to, well, you know what? I think Michelle put a piece of it on hers. So just because I already had her up, maybe I'll just play that part. So I know she plays it.
Talking about an enhanced version of the lights video. And in this enhanced version, they were able to see Chris, Katie, carrying something, presumably Sebastian, in a black blanket. So this is meant to be Chris, this is meant to be Katie, carrying Sebastian, presumably dead or knocked out or something. And this was all captured, apparently, on the lights video.
Oh, here it is.
Because enforcement hasn't explained the Justice Court from the Nancy Grace show.
There are two people lurking in the back of Sebastian's home. 3 a.m. and 3 hours later, he's gone.
Law enforcement has not explained that video.
Law enforcement hasn't explained that video to me. So he was either lying to Pascal and others, or he's lying to Nancy Grace.
Right. So, like, what's up with that? Like, what's up with that? Because we know damn well he said that. So I'm not sure what that's all about, to be honest. So, Seth,
And we're sure he's talking about the same video.
yeah, that's exactly what she just was talking about, the
So,
flashlight video. I'll play it one more time.
did you try to reach out to Seth? Because I know you used to talk to him a little bit.
No, he never, like, he doesn't, like, he might lurk in here, but he has his little group and stuff like that too. I haven't, like, okay, there's a phone number out there for Seth Rogers. I've texted, the first time I did a long time ago, the person said, this is, I think, before, I think it was before, he came on the live, and the person said that like, I'm not that person. And then I was like, I mean, come on, like, this phone number is like everywhere on the internet, type of thing. But a lot of people do have contacts. I've just never really asked another creator or anything like that, or have asked Seth. So I don't talk to him. There's other people that do. Honestly, most times I can't be asked.
Yeah.
Because they get bugged. But I did someone out not to, like, a while ago, a few weeks ago, just to see again, because I wanted to ask something to Seth. So I did try to reach out to that same phone number, thinking that he was bullshitting me the first time, but I never got a response. So, um, like I said, he kind of makes himself known in certain channels. Um, you know, like I think he was in just Clutch Some Pearls the other night and stuff like that. At the end of the day, honestly, for the most part, they do their thing, I do mine. I'm just trying to bring a. I like. Do I honestly, do I care about Seth, Christopher, and Katie in the general sense? Not really. I'm here to bring awareness to Sebastian's case and talk about Sebastian. And yes, the information that comes out of their mouth counts. But it's always about the victim, first and foremost. So, do I have compassion for Seth? Of course I do. Of course. But is he the forefront of my thinking? No. You know, I just listen to what they all say, um, take notes in my head, type of thing, or, like Melissa put the interviews down and stuff like that. And with Seth, back in the Pascal days when Seth would go on Pascal, um, honestly, at that point, there was nothing more he could ever add at that point, really, because he had already said everything about Sebastian and
Yeah.
about what he liked, about the different things. And then maybe a couple other things came back to forefront later, like when Seth, the lab, Josh, and Tony did a live in November. That was a very, very telling interview again, going over it. Does Seth gets things wrong? Yes. Because I remember on the live when he was talking about Sebastian's clothing, he had it wrong. But this is a clear, wait a
Yeah.
second, what do you mean that law enforcement hasn't talked to you about this video or whatever he said there again?
Yeah.
Um, yes, you clearly said it. So it would be nice if, somebody that does talk to Seth just clears it up, because
Yeah.
obviously that's totally contradictory. You don't want to put yourself in the Christopher Proudfoot lane on there.
What about, like, okay, catch me up a little bit. Has Chris and Katie done anything recently?
Christopher has. Um, so back when remember when he was supposed to take the polygraph test? Hey, Ben.
Yeah.
Remember back when he was supposed to take the polygraph test and he gave that bullshit answer that he couldn't because
Yeah.
TBI told him not to and to do it for them. And then he also said that TBI said it would hinder the investigation, blah, 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 blah. So he still went on lives after that,
Right.
like past that April 7th date. Not as many, because at this point, you know, honestly, everything that they say, people are trashing on them, besides the ones that, are Chris and Katie, you know, kiss, ass kissers. Um, I'll say that because I say that loosely because, there's always going to be two sides, and not everyone's going to be like, oh, like, let's all just power over to Team South. There are people that, are going to believe the unbelievable.
Well,
Or
let's face it, if you're following this case, then if you see Christopher Proudfoot somewhere, whether you like him or not,
yeah,
you're probably going to watch it. So it is to some degree clickbait
yeah,
to talk to him and show him a little bit of respect so that maybe he'll come back.
right. Um, honestly, I could, he's, what? I just wish that he would shut his pie hole, and Katie would bring herself to the forefront where she belonged in the first place. Like, to answer your question, so he's done a few. So much for hindering the case, because Elevated Truth was the last one, I believe, that I remember him on. If he was on one after that again, you guys, you can tell me differently. But he was on Elevated Truth, and I'm not sure if he popped on. So he typically goes on Cluminati, um, on her channel, because they got their whole little group there. Queen Bee, Cluminati, and I'm not really sure who the others are. But anyways, so he typically goes on like her live on that side. Um, but so much for him. It's like, that's just the thing, right?
Hmm.
I played the polygraph thing yesterday. Why, Charmaine, if you got nothing to hide, tell me what you think, regardless. Do you think it's narcissism at its finest? Or, because, and he hates to look bad, but why would a parent, um, regardless if they're a parent or step parent, why would you make a mockery of this case and start telling fibs and lies, and talk about giving the belt to a child that's autistic, and coming off like, it's like, does he really just believe he's trying to be truthful? But if you're trying to be truthful, like he claims he tries to be, then why are you telling these lies? They're constant, right? They're the inconsistency. So do you believe it's because there's something to hide, or do you believe it's just full on narcissism at its finest?
Well, honestly, at the beginning, I would have
Okay.
said narcissism, but the way I feel now, I do think that he knows and he's covering for Katie. I still, I don't know. I thought that he was away at work and that was a proven fact that he wasn't there. But there's no other reason for all the dishonesty and all the back talking and talking in circles and just being so threatening and arrogant and ignorant when you're looking for your missing child,
Hmm.
unless you have something to hide. And
Right.
there's no other explanation for it. None. It doesn't matter what you throw at me. There's no reason for it. And
Well,
if you can't help but be an asshole, then you're going to stop talking to these channels that are smearing your name.
but
So
he doesn't.
he's got an agenda. He's out there
Yes.
trying
Hmm.
his best to steer the narrative where he wants it to go in his very aggressive, ignorant way for a reason. And I think that reason is he's trying to protect Katie.
I kind of wish wash between that as well. Like, I kind of in my head am wondering, um, if this was a Katie thing first and foremost, and then Christopher became aware of it, and like you said, is kind of like doing his best to kind of protect her for whatever reason.
Well,
But
because at this point, he does think he's the smartest person in the
he
room and he
does.
is going to get his way. He is
Yeah,
not going to be proven to be a liar.
yeah,
He's exactly like my ex. I'm sorry. But he
yeah.
will go to the ends of the earth to prove that he wasn't lying about something we
Of
know he's
course.
lying about.
Even like the polygraph, like I said, he's a manipulator. And honestly, like I said, my ex-husband was like this, thinks he's the freaking, he's a wolf, or yeah, wolf in sheep's clothing. That
Yeah.
I used to watch my ex-husband do this all the time with people, and at the time I would kind of giggle it off, because it always worked. So let's say two females were talking, he would go kind of in between them. It didn't matter if it was on the internet when we were on, our team speak type of thing and talking. He would be like, watch this. And he'd go in there, cause a little bit of a ruffle. And next thing you know, he'd back away. And then he'd watch the two almost start arguing about the thing that he just provoked. And honestly, Charmaine, it was so surreal to me that it almost like I was the bad person. Like somehow I kept getting blamed as if I caused it. And
Yeah.
I'm like, are you people effing for real? Like, there's nothing more surreal about watching narcissistic people try to push a narrative, and then all of a sudden it turns and it's like I said, based back on me or something like that. I'm like, how the fuck does he get away with this?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember working with someone when that was the same way, and I was remember just standing there at work. This is when I worked for Mark's Work Warehouse back in Whitecourt, and that old lady with the fucking chopsticks in the back of her head. Okay, she was a nasty old fucking lady. I'll tell you that much. I fucking couldn't. No one could stand her. Long before me and long after me, people came and people went. But this one chick comes, right? She was kind. You kind of remind me of her, to be honest with you. I remember. I can't even think of her name anymore. The old lady, but we'll say old lady. Anyways, I remember that the one girl that had started working there, and her name was Ruth. Ruthless. That's what it is, Ruth. And
I remind you of Ruthless.
no, not her. The girl that I was working with. But
Oh,
she
okay.
made me laugh because I never put up with Ruth shit. But I would be standing there, and I'd be like looking at the other employees, and I'd be like, "You guys buying this shit?" Like she was a total instigator, and she tried that bullshit on me, and I'm like, Tanis, come on. Like the way that Ruth did something this one day, she literally avoided this one customer. She literally backed her way out so her back was toward the customer, and then she goes and tells Tanis that I was ignoring a customer. And then I got called to the back, and I'm like, Tanis, and she goes, I know Ruth is a bully. Really? You think? But anyways, this one chick that worked there, I remember her being at the back of the store, and Ruth was behind the till. And then that girl comes out and she's like, you know what, Ruth? I ain't taking any of your shit, okay? So you can fuck right off. And I was just like laughing my head off because there's people like me that don't put up with bullshit. But I don't think I'd ever come running out of the back of the store and be like, you know what, Ruth, shut your fucking mouth. You did. Like, it was just like, I was just standing back going, this is awesome. This is great.
It's about time. Yeah.
And you know what? But she was still working there. When you want to talk about a poison, a bad apple, that right there, then and there. Okay. That's your bad apple right there. But it was just the narcissism, behind it all, and trying to project something. And that's Christopher Proudfoot to me. He's always like when I played the polygraph thing yesterday, which was clear as day, him lying and stuff like that about the polygraph test. And he's just like, whoa, 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 whoa. Everyone's going, well, yeah, see, he said he took it. And which he had said from way earlier. And then he's like, whoa, 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 wait. I didn't say who took the test. And you just listen to him and you're like, all I'm thinking about is people should be mad at him because
Yeah.
he's taking you all for idiots by talking like that. You know? I get offended when people try to project to others like, no, no, no. You know what? A child's missing right now, but you know what? I didn't say who passed the polygraph test. I just said that polygraph tests were passed, type of thing. And it's just like, but anyway,
And they will die on that mountain.
and they will die on that mountain. Absolutely. Now, I want to thank Janine because I was talking about this and I knew that this was out there. Yes, we've heard it before, at least most of us. But not too long ago, I did a live where we were talking about Nina. And when Nina was explaining how Christopher Proudfoot, like backhand, the daughter of the boy, got the cut lip. Well, basically, he abused them both, right? That's according to Nina. Now, Christopher Proudfoot, right? Of course, he's not an abuser whatsoever. Okay. But this to me is the true colors of Christopher Proudfoot. This is him. This is why this man, and I don't know what, like the sap suckers, unfortunately, that were kind-hearted, that leached to this loser, saw in him, because you know how it is. I've done the same. You think that you're a fixer. You think that, that you don't realize that these narcissistic leeches attach to the kindness of people, and they look for people like yourself to, just to leech onto. And then 5 marriages later, but this is anyways. So Janine said, Sonny, the lab has it. on his channel. It's kind of a little bit edited because it's like, okay, if we had a loony for every time that he said fuck, on this, but he was threatening to stuff. In fact, he's literally says, basically, if Seth will shut his fat fucking mouth. Really? Says Plumpy that's saying that?
Yeah, when I was listening to that, I actually audibly, all by myself here, I audibly said, wow.
I know.
That's something. That's an offense, really.
Yeah. And yeah. And then when he makes like the threat too, about the PI, but also about Seth, like basically, let me just say something like he won't be if I get a hold of him, he won't be saying nothing or something like that. It was, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna play this, and I'll just start it and
Katie's past.
make it as loud as I can.
She wasn't gonna release it. It caused a fucking story. Now everybody went out there and got it and released it.
Oh, she said Katie's mom's name?
Okay, so I should preface this video if you guys don't know this video. So this all became because of a web sleuth, okay? And so basically Christopher Proudfoot was in the thing and they were doing a live on web sleuth, and Chloe was on it. And Chloe made mention of that she has the information, but she's not going to be putting it out there. Now, this all stemmed from, you guys remember when, so Katie Lynn Payne, and someone had, there was this Katie Lynn Payne that had murdered a 4-year-old child and stuff like that. And this is all when Katie's, with her mother, stuff had come out about her mother. And again, the name got mixed up. Someone mixed up the name. It's still the same name, but obviously there's 2 people with the same name as Katie Proudfoot, but Katie Lynn Payne. And this was like stuff again to do with her mother. And so this is what this is derived from, because of that moment when Chloe had said that that she has the information, but she's not going to be putting it out there. Okay, so this is where his storming anger comes from.
Say the name. She just insinuated she had the information.
I mean, we do have the information, but
yeah. Let me tell you what gets started. Now all that information is out in the fucking open, and somebody better can explain to me very god quickly, preferably her.
I had
that had any god thing.
No idea.
Yeah, because
I don't know what was said.
Better find a way to stop it.
Where's it at?
Nothing. It's everywhere, all over the fucking internet, that people have released on these stupid ass shows and all these fucking Facebook things.
Okay.
It was never out there until that bitch opened her fucking mouth.
Okay. Well, I haven't been looking at it today or really yesterday, so I don't know what's out there.
I'm telling you, I am being very polite as I can possibly be to her.
Mm-hmm.
If she don't find a fucking way to fix it, I promise her I am not going to be so god pleasant when I see her.
Okay.
And I will bring the fucking cops with me.
All right. Well, I'll talk to her.
I mean, she takes that. I don't care how she takes it. I really don't give a god what I have to fucking do. But I can promise you, there's a difference in helping find Sebastian and just being a stupid.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me ask you something just for a second. Like, are you sure it was her and not like one of these sleuthers or something? Because other people
her on the show. Okay. It is her.
Okay. Because there's other.
Charmaine, a little bit ironic there about about helping finding Sebastian.
Oh shit.
Says Christopher Proudfoot. And what, Katie? I want to say this too towards the end there. He doesn't let her get a word in edgewise. She's trying to talk, and he's not even listening to what she's saying. He just keeps over talking her. Mm-hmm. Do you notice that? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's such a narcissist.
I think it was on Web Sleuth, whatever that woman's name is.
Web Sleuth.
Yeah, whatever. It was on that fucking show.
But I don't see. I can't see Chloe just giving out that information though.
She did. You're missing my statement. Okay. I didn't say she gave the information out. I said she made a statement that she had it and wouldn't fucking release it. That right there was a trigger to start this fucking store when she shouldn't have opened her fucking mouth in the beginning. I don't know what kind of fucking PI or whatever the fuck she thinks she is or how she does this, but if she needs a fucking education and then schooling on being a PI, I guarantee you I'll find somebody who is truly a PI and let them school the fuck out of this woman.
All right. Well, let me try to figure it out, because I know neither her or I have given out any of Katie's information.
It's not giving it out.
Yeah.
All you have to do is start one sentence. I have the information. I'm not going to release it. She started a store.
Actually,
she better figure out how to fix it.
You know, something else I'll tell you, there was a woman that reached out to me that before I had ever even, before I ever knew anything about Katie's family or past or whatever, there was like this random woman, like sleuther, that reached out to me with like some of Katie's family's names and whatever. Like, I will say that she was wrong about, she was talking about Penny Payne, and she thought there's a Penny Payne that runs like some sort of
Penny Irene Payne or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some medical place or something.
Yeah, it was the wrong Penny Payne, but she had the right names.
She has the right names. Just
the wrong people.
Katie Lynn Payne.
Yeah.
Who supposedly murdered a 4-year-old.
Right, exactly. And that's the problem with a lot of the sleuthers, is that they get a name and then they find somebody with that name and they run with it.
Mm-hmm.
That happens a lot.
The worst part, and that's fine. That's understandable. Personally.
Quickly, Charmaine. And that was a good point, again, because we were just talking about this. So Patty Payne, or whatever, the mother, not the most savory person in the world either. But it happened like with that plane that went down as well, that they put out a wrong person's name. People splashed it across the internet. This is with the Washington, D.C. plane. And he was alive and well, right? But people run with something, and then it goes right across the internet. So that's kind of like really what happened with this information as well. But with Chloe, this information was already being dug up. So, he wants to go off on Chloe as if she was the originator of all of this and stuff like that. And full well that there's very good people that sleuth, and they will find every iota of evidence or things about you, your personal life, everything. In America, it's not very hard to gather information on somebody at all. It's very easy, actually. In fact, it's a joke how easy it is to access your guys' information. In Canada, it's not the same. UK, it's not the same. Right? I'm always floored by how easy it is to access someone's information. Friends, people, associates, sometimes security numbers, pretty much a lot of things. And that's only that's just the easy surfacing stuff, right?
Yeah, there are some big podcasts and channels that actually are they're promoting, like, one of their sponsors is, I don't know what the company name is, but if you join this site, you just type in a name and a state, and it'll give you all the background information.
Yeah.
You lead down to the right person, and then tell you everything you want to know about the person.
And there's just downright good hackers. Yeah, people that are just like I said, really good at finding that. So, anyway, again, one of the things was in my head for Sebastian, like, let's say if Sebastian did, like, out of all the scenarios, let's say Sebastian did leave. It seems unbelievable to think that he did, based on the information. No shoes, didn't take anything. But Chris and Katie come off. Like Chris and Sebastian, had a great relationship. He really liked talking and seeing Chris and da-da-da-da-da. Really? Really? Well, no, a leopard doesn't change their spots, says the person that, gave him a belt, one time. That says the person that took away his snakes is the person that throws away his toys, if they're, the dictatorship on there. But almost trying to pretend like, we're just so clueless what happened to Sebastian. We've racked our brains, and that's the $1,000,000 question. But this, again, married 5 times, their marriage on the rocks. Um, and so, again, the last day, all those different things that they did.
Yep.
The fun fact bugs me the heck out of me. Someone literally, their son's missing, and someone's literally going, fun fact. Like, I could see someone doing that if their kids right around them and they're alive, okay,
Yeah.
that you know about. But when your child is missing and you have to input into, when people insert things that don't belong. Fun fact, I made spaghetti pancakes. I made Sebastian spaghetti pancakes. Um, there's nothing fun about that fact, to be honest with you, because you're
Yeah.
acting like you're doing him this great justice of making him some sort of breakfast that you don't normally do. So
Yeah, it's
why
a
on the
special day. Why was it so special?
yeah
Why?
on the
Why?
on the day that he goes missing, all of a sudden, fun fact about these pancakes. So again, it's deemed as like the last dinner, and of course, when she's at the table, she's like snap, 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 snap. So it does make you wonder, like, you know, was it planned that Sebastian was either going to be removed from the home, perhaps so Seth didn't get him regardless, and with someone that knows Sebastian? Was he? I am hoping that that is the answer. I am
Yeah.
hoping that Sebastian is out there, for sure. But so it was always like, so well, actually, let me ask you something. Seth said that about anything going on at home. And so, of course, when Seth heard all that news coming out through podcasts, or the YouTube channels, about the spanking, about the CPS reports and stuff like that. But yet his mother, Robin, right, had this information from Sebastian, and Robin was threatening to put it out there. And most people gave her some grief on that, because it's like, so why didn't you hand this over to the LE? Why are you bringing it out to Facebook and this stuff, and telling us about it? Like, how about handing that information? If Sebastian didn't like his life at home, then why wouldn't you have handed that information instead of taking it to the internet? That one, absolutely. But it strikes me as odd if Sebastian's life was, say, not so great at home, let's just say. How come Sebastian wouldn't have told his dad? You know, what do you think?
I mean, I don't have any experience with autistic children or even high functioning autistic children.
Same.
Maybe that would play a part, but I don't see it. He's a 15-year-old boy. Um, he didn't look like he was like disabled. He was vocal,
They said he was smart.
and if he had such a great relationship with his dad, and I
Right.
I I mean, but it's hard to say with a 15-year-old boy. He is still a 15-year-old boy.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, there's no reason for it, and I think that to me, from everything that I've heard, I feel like he wanted to go and live with Seth, and I don't think that it was a bad thing for him. I would want to get away from Chris if that's the way I was being raised. Which is why, in my head, my own theory makes the most sense to me at this point.
Well, so with that being said, the one thing that does stick out always is that Sebastian was going to be doing online schooling, and he didn't like that, you know. So when he was going to go live with Seth, like in the whatever it was, I think it was going to be online schooling there. I remember that being said, and that Sebastian, like I said, so I kind of in my head was like, okay, so did possibly he take off because you know he doesn't like it at home. He feels like maybe even though Christopher's supposedly gone for so long or whatever, um, and then he doesn't want to go to his dad's because he doesn't want to do online schooling because again we're not autistic and we don't have autistic children. so we don't know exactly how they roll. Melissa's brother, I think she said, is autistic. So for people that have autistic children or know of somebody that's autistic, or but has a close relationship, would know better answers to that as well. Um, Anyways, I'll keep playing this out a bit more here, but my point on this and the reason for playing it is kind of to go in conjunction with Nina's video, how she was talking about Christopher Proudfoot. Okay, this man has had 5 marriages for a reason. So whether he's like, to think that he doesn't speak to Katie like this or hasn't spoken to Katie like this, I doubt it. When we've listened to Seth talk about Katie and her volatile personality as well, and then you listen to Christopher Proudfoot, again, this is how he acts when he's angry, and it says a lot. You know what? I've sworn in my life. Can I ever say I had a conversation where this guy is using the F bomb like every other word and speaking the way he is? Absolutely not. So this to me is just, again, very telling to his narcissistic, aggressive personality. So let's see here.
I think everybody starts looking for shit.
Yeah.
Ain't even worth the fucking bacteria of the foam that forms on the fucking worst form of bacteria on Earth. That's what I truly feel.
Yeah, I feel you. I hear you. I can feel it through the phone.
Oh, trust me, Chloe's lucky I'm not standing in front of her. Like I said, I will bring the fucking cops when I see her.
Okay. Well.
And it was more my protection than hers. Because right now, you can inform her. She fucking calls me, says my fucking name, anything of that fucking nature involving Katie or me or anybody else, I'm going to slap out of her with the same fucking thing I told you. I'll cease and desist letter and then let her open her fucking mouth one more time. And then I've got her dead to fucking rights.
I think that's
I'm trying to be as civil as possible.
Isn't that the only interview she's even done? I don't think she's.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't
think
care.
She's not my PI. She's not. She don't fucking mean a god thing to me. If she was on fire, I wouldn't piss on her to put her out.
Well, I mean, it's not like Katie. It's not like Chloe, because she's very private. Like, I'm more public than she is. I mean, you know that.
I promise you. Go back and watch that fucking video. Go watch that fucking interview.
I mean, I was watching it. I know what she said, but
if she was on fire, I wouldn't piss on her to put it out. He's such a loving, caring man, isn't he? So full of love. You just feel it coming through your screen. It's ridiculous.
She's fucking careful. She's fucking sloppy.
All right. Well, let me talk to her. I don't even know. Actually, I do know.
I ain't trying to be a to her, but if she ain't got the fucking audacity to give me a working fucking phone number, she better not fucking reach out to me. And that Google ain't a fucking true number.
That's the same number that Seth has, though. I will tell you that.
Yeah, I'm not Seth. I have the balls and the fucking spine to call people out on.
Just don't take it personal, because she doesn't give her personal phone number out to anybody. I mean, like, only, like, I had it from like a previous case that we worked together, but she's very private about her personal information. So
okay.
I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what to say. I feel bad. Like, I know Chloe, and I know that she's not, that's not her style. But I mean, I get it.
Maybe her head's so twisted because she's too emotionally involved or personal involvement with Seth. I don't know. No, I'm not saying a relationship.
Yeah, no.
Didn't say that.
No,
but whatever the it is, she better can figure it out and redial herself the back in.
Yeah.
How many times?
I mean, I know, like, and I think I told you this before, like, she's more focused on the search side of things. That's been
and
her
what
focus.
Is this on these goddamn interviews?
Yeah, it's just the one that I know of. But I mean, I'm not trying to, like, I don't know. I mean, I have to try to defend her a little bit, because I mean, I know that she's not a person that like shares personal information or private information.
She didn't have to. She insinuated she had the information. She wasn't going to release it. She started a fucking fire. store.
What was the purpose of
Oh,
making that
it's so
statement, knowing
gross.
full good and well that the
Trust me,
Yeah.
we're going to dig
Seth can have his fucking PIs. I don't need PIs.
See, and actually,
I get the
as
whole
we're
goddamn world that
speaking,
sends me all this shit for no fucking reason.
as we're speaking, I just got a message from a web sleuther that I don't even know. I don't even know their name. They go under a pseudonym, and they're sending me a picture of Katie's mom, and I don't know how they found that out. Like, I didn't tell. They're telling me like I don't know.
cause problems and run leads that have already been run down.
Like these web sleuthers, like, I mean, they are like batshit 99.9% of the time, but they're pretty good at finding shit. And some of these people are just doing it on their own.
Hold on.
Yes, I know. That's one thing. She opened her mouth, made the statement. She's the cow.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out there because you kind of keep hearing Katie's voice there, but it
Yeah.
almost reminds me though of when someone's playing like a live stream or something in the background.
That's what it sounds like. Like he's listening to somebody else's live stream with Katie.
Yeah. You know, and maybe the same one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like the one on Web Sleuth there. Because at first when I was listening, I was like, well, she's trying to talk, I think, but he keeps cutting her off. But now that I'm listening to it again, I'm thinking that it sounds like it's a stream that's playing behind it.
Unless she's sitting right beside him and telling.
Well, we'll listen some more and see.
That's what I thought when I first heard it, like a few months back. That's what I thought was going on. But then today, when I re-listened, I thought that sounds more like a live stream.
Yeah. So we'll play it.
Have a list to the fucking storm that is now brewing.
Yeah.
Striking support.
It doesn't take much. I could go out there, open my mouth, say one fucking word, and I could almost break the fucking internet. Look what I did the other night when I got on that show.
Uh-huh.
When you said I wanted on the show,
Yeah.
that it almost broke the fucking internet.
Yeah. And that's mainly because
I have to
up
stop
until
there.
that show, like
Okay.
you and Katie both.
Narcissist to the fullest. When I hopped on the live, we almost broke the fucking show.
He just totally said that he did what you were giving an example of. Watch
Exactly.
me start shit and blow the internet up.
Yeah. Yep. When he says stuff like that again, right? He doesn't give two shits. All he cares about is his own self-absorbed self and how he thinks he looks in his, it's just such a joke. He is a joke. But literally, he's giving himself so much credit there that when he hopped on the live, you know what? We almost broke the freaking internet. That's how important I am as a person. That's how much people want to listen to me. And like you said, yeah, he gets on there, starts off with his mouth again, flapping his gum. It's so hard for me to listen, look at that dude, because for me personally, and I'm just reading him visually and by his mouth. What did 5 females see in that dick? Seriously. His true colors obviously came out, and that's why he's on number 5. I'm sure that him and Katie will divorce at some point. It's just a matter of time. And it's just, going on his typical trail that he's doing. He's a narcissist. He's just an asshole through and through. And he just sits there, wants and demands respect. You don't deserve respect. He doesn't deserve it at all. But yet he feels like he does. That's how entitled he feels like he is. Great freaking internet because of me, because I'm so damn special. Everyone wants to hear from Christopher Proudfoot, and me starting these things. That's all he's done. He started it right from the GoFundMe. Okay? With that whole GoFundMe, that's where everything went south, because Christopher Proudfoot put a value of dollars and cared more about the GoFundMe than working together with Seth. All because his feelings were hurt, because Seth wasn't doing what they had agreed to do and stuff like that. You know what? Suck it up, you buttercup. And like I said, the focus should have been on the son. And that's the difference here. Seth has always shown that the focus has been on Sebastian. Through those lives that he does, it's always about Sebastian. That's the type of thing you're looking to see from a pairing. With Christopher Proudfoot and Katie, it's been always about drama, about themselves. Remember that? I mean, do you remember that live And I think it was Terry Lynn's as well, I want to say. Remember where they were like, acting like they were near a campfire or like beside a campfire? They're talking about
Yes.
Sebastian. They're giggling and they're laughing. And it was the most absurd live
Yeah.
because, again, you would have felt like almost like nothing happened to Sebastian, but they were just kind of talking about him and telling stories. But it was more like a giggle fest.
Yeah.
Um, just
Inappropriate. Totally
inappropriate.
inappropriate.
Inappropriate. Yeah. Um, God, he's such a douche.
Something you'd expect in 5 years if your child had passed
Yes,
away and now you're
absolutely.
reminiscing. You're remembering the good times because he's passed, not missing.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about this lately as well. All right, Melissa, about the um, this is a case to be studied for sure. After 8 days, he says that 8 days, right? Who says that something like that? Who even thinks to say something like that? You know, who even and who even thinks to say? And the best part, and the best part of Sebastian missing, or something like that. It was like, Melissa, what was it again? The best part of something he said, and you're just sitting there going, wait, what? You're using the word the best part of all this. I think the best part of all this, and I don't remember verbatim. It's in the um, documents that Melissa has done up and everything. Like everything's in there for that stuff. But who thinks to ever say this is a case to be studied for sure? Now, Clutch Them Pearls though made a good point about something because one of my biggest things lately has been about. Well, actually, it's been on my mind for a while, but I keep more vocalizing it lately. Was about why he can't talk about when he left. And I asked Jennifer Coffendaffer, like, Jennifer, he talks about everything, but apparently he can't talk about it. And then I played the clip, right? Where he got missing video on Smile's story. And Christopher hops off because he has to take a phone call. He says, like, he'll be right back. So then Smiley says to Katie, you know, so, like, so why is it that Christopher said that the last time he seen Sebastian was February 1st? And then Katie says back, because that's true. And if you listen to whenever Christopher, even lately, when he says, I'm not going to tell you about the date, I can't. TBI has told me not to, so you're not going to get that information. And then one of them on the elevator says, well, what if I guess it? Okay. Well, then of course I play that clip, right? Because Katie says, because it's true. Now, Clutch Them Pearls, and maybe it's somebody else has said it before, but I don't know if this is factual, but Christopher Proudfoot apparently, because of CPS or something like that, wasn't supposed to be in the home. And so he said that that's why he's trying to cover up, because if he puts it out there that he was at home when he wasn't supposed to be in the home, that obviously, and that makes sense.
It does.
That makes sense. Why? Because there's no absolute reason at all why he can talk about everything under the sun. But yet, from the beginning of February, you cannot talk about the date that you left or whatever. But Katie already answered it.
Mhm.
And then Katie makes the mistake of doing one of those Freudian slips, possibly after that, because then Smiley says, well, he's been gone about what, 2 or 3 weeks and da da da. And then Katie's like, yeah, like when he comes home, something about when he comes home, that was the last time that Christopher Proudfoot was home, and that what was the words exactly? That
was the last time Christopher was home, and that's the last time he saw Sebastian or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the thing, is that how could you see Sebastian if you come back when he's missing? That's why he's lying. And it's not because TBI is telling him not to talk about it. That's Christopher Proudfoot using that like he does with everything, like Nancy Grace. Well, I can't hinder the case, but then you go on lives after that,
Yeah.
and you're not hindering the case, big mouth Proudfoot. I mean, honestly. And it's just, again, so I do believe that's a very strong possibility, because
Mhm.
there's absolutely no reason, and to attachment, when you're trying to think of how would him telling that date in some way affect the outcome of Sebastian missing. I can't see it at that point. Like, meaning why you can't say the date. It doesn't make sense. So you can tell people that they're asking for video footage about now, even like sooner before Sebastian went missing. And you can say when you got home, the exact time. You can say all this stuff. You're talking about belting him and all that stuff. But you can't say a date at the beginning, near the beginning of February. So it makes sense. I believe that probably is the true answer there.
Yeah.
That if he's found out, obviously he would be breaking a broken. Um,
Well,
uh,
it would affect his chances of getting his daughter back.
yeah. What he said was, unfortunately, the best part about it is, oh, that's right. Unfortunately, the best part about it is he left without any evidence being left behind.
I mean, it sounds like Chris is pretty proud of his ability to clean
You
up
know
a
what? Yeah,
pregnancy.
go ahead. Mm-hmm.
To me, and Karen said it too, it just sounds like he's just really proud of himself for.
That's how I took it as well, because of his personality that we know, and how he just said about breaking the internet. That's how that comes across to me as well. Sounds like CP is bragging about how well he states Sebastian's disappearance as if he's smarter than God. Yeah, that's pretty much it. He truly does. So let's go back to that statement. Unfortunately, the best part about it, and then he said that he didn't say that. And it's like, a gotcha moment, because you did. It's clearly on the live that when you said that, and he's like, no, I didn't say it like that. I said this. And he always does that. He always sits there and says, no, I said it like this. Well, you obviously forget, narcissistic.
Which
Um,
is bizarre because it's not like it's a written thing or, an interview that somebody's just transcribing. These words
right,
are coming out of your mouth, you
right.
fucking psycho. You know? Like, yes, you said it. And here's
Yeah.
where you said it.
And here's and that's, you know, and a lot of that is the double talking. Like one of the big purposes of that file is going through each interview, that people can look back and go, wait, no, Christopher said this here. And then in this one here, he said this, without going, where did he say that again? Hence for that file, right?
Mhm.
One sec there. I'm just going to drop that again for anyone that's coming into this live. Again, Melissa put a lot of time in this. This is like I said, kind of like, to me, like a holy grail. Um, all the points there where things are said. Some parts of it where, she's laughing, and then like Melissa said, like there's probably too many times. So she ended up entering all those ones in. Like at the moment she started laughing, because she has done those weird, uh, you know,
Mhm.
the one that always stands out is when she's being asked to talk about the day,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden she's like,
Mm.
and then she's with the, like that. It's just, it's just weird. It's just weird. I get it. I get you're looking to your husband. It's your son. You can't even barely show your face on an interview at all, you know? And I remember that whole controlling aspect. If you recall, there was this part during the course of this investigation that people were going off on Katie because they just wanted to hear her voice. And like clockwork, Katie goes on to this interview, and I can't recall, somebody else knows, but I can't recall the interview it was. And she sits there all by herself. No Christopher Proudfoot right beside her, all by herself. And a lot of people felt like it was like scripted, of course, as she's talking. But it was like clockwork, Charmaine, that as soon it's like they were trying to reverse how people were thinking about them. Like, oh,
Of course they were.
okay, so you know what, Katie, like I could just see them engineering this. You know, Katie, okay, so you're going to do an interview. It's just going to be you. I'm going to keep my mouth shut over here, you know, type of thing. But this is what did I. That's exactly how it felt. It felt so contrived. It wasn't even funny. And
Yeah.
it was like, do you know what I mean? It was just like predictable. So they think that they're being smart and stuff like that. Or Christopher thinks he's being smart by being manipulative to people, you know, by double talking himself. Somebody's smoking weed outside. I can smell it. But anyways, and that's just it, right? Everything about them always seems like it's, you know, like contrived, rehearsed, um, stuff like that, to be honest with you. And
Absolutely.
they
I
just,
agree
they don't,
100%.
yeah.
And it's almost like they don't even try to hide
No,
it.
no, that's the part that gets me, right? It's almost like when people think that they're trying to fool people and they're not authentic, they don't come across as authentic. And yeah, and it's like for us, it's like glaring at us like a big freaking zit on our face or something.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and you're just sitting there going like, do you not realize, you know, like that you're clear as glass, that all you have to do is listen to him. And it's not like one of those people like that's that's can hide it well, because Christopher Proudfoot is that true narcissist that again he has to fight and argue and be demanding in his tone, how he's assertive, aggressive, all those different things. It's not like he's that, you know, like that shy, that person that's literally where you're shocked that you're like, whoa, double
Yeah.
personality there. No, he's just out there for everyone to see clear as glass who he is. And again, let's hit back up to this mother
Both were
mother
pretty
trucker.
reserved about anything that you were saying, and that was like the one time that you just kind of went berserk.
No, that's the one time I went out there and stated the fucking facts.
Yeah.
I didn't go berserk.
Well,
Now they've dug in.
No, I'm fucking pissed.
I
There's a
know.
difference in berserk, stupid, psychotic, and every other adjective you want to add into it.
yeah.
I'm neither of those.
No,
Oh,
but
no.
I'm
I'm
just
just a
saying you
very
said a whole
pissed
lot
off.
more than you normally say, and
Yeah,
so
I did, and I had every fucking right to say what I said. Nothing I said was false. Nothing.
I didn't say it was. I don't think anything you said was false.
I don't know. I can't yet.
But well, let me make a phone. Actually, I know I'm not going to be able to get a hold of her right now. I'm not going to be able to get a hold of her till this evening.
And by the way, I sent a message to Seth. Once again, he wants to talk about not responding or whatever. I got in touch with Tony. We talked to Tony. That
Yeah.
probably ain't happening. Got in
Yeah.
touch with the dog handler. Guess what? That ain't happening either. And that ain't even on my decision, because Seth doesn't know how to open his fat fucking mouth and give everybody the truth. Or what he does know, he didn't want to.
Yeah, you know, his fat fucking mouth. You know,
Just a dickhead.
they don't want to entertain the dog, the bounty hunter, helping. Nothing. It's again, it's all about themselves. It's nothing about Sebastian. If they even had two brain cells to rub together, they would understand that having dog as part of the Sebastian name, in a sense, to attach to that, and the amount of followers and viewers, just that attachment alone, how much awareness that can bring to Sebastian's case. And yet they're doing everything from ripping down the posters or the flyers off their vehicles, shutting down their Facebooks, making them private, everything that's social media. When Katie left home with Christopher, you know, as he says that he's not working, then he is working in the same interview, but whatever. I'll digress on that one. But um, everything that you would think that one would be doing to try to bring awareness to the case, they're doing the polar opposite. Do you agree?
100%. 100%.
They don't give two shits.
It's not even sabotaging the investigation. They're
Yeah.
doing the opposite of what any other parent of a missing child would do.
Yeah.
Both of them. And I remember, and I keep remembering like the first day that we covered this,
Yeah.
we were watching the videos, and I'm pretty sure both of us were not sure what to make of Katie, but we were both like, Chris, the dad seems like kind of a dick. You know?
Oh, right. I was going to say, because, yes, so February 27th, we covered this case, and it was actually March 3rd that was when you're talking about. So a few days, like about 5 days later, that's when the Duchess interview came out.
Right.
And that's when we were talking about it. Because again, Aspen had, sent me it about it. He said, look, this is all over TikTok. You might want to take a look at it. I did. I tweeted it out. And then the next day we did a live on the 27th. With Elijah Vu during that live.
Right.
Because that was the intent, was Elijah Vu. And then because of the case, Sebastian came about. And then, like I said, so that just came about. We talked about it. We said, like, this guy's a controlling jerk, basically. You can just see it. Like, that was your takeaway from having no conception at all at this point about Katie or Christopher.
Believing that the kid just walked away in the middle of the night, and that poor woman, right?
Yeah. I mean, even Melissa had the same thoughts. I remember when Melissa went to go listen to it proper, like intently, because obviously she was doing it for her file. Did I paste that file in here again? I mean, if I didn't,
Yeah,
I meant
you
to.
did.
Okay, I'll do it again. And again, this is from the lab, you guys. Thank you to Janine for pointing that out. So, obviously the lab, Nick the Hat, at night, the dog, the bounty hunter, all trying to figure out, get some answers for this case. Don't knock them. I don't even knock SF in a sense that way. Regardless if you're a douche or not, regardless if you're drama channel or not, regardless, it's really like, sure, it would be nice if a lot of misinformation doesn't get in these cases, or people have these really weird conspiracy thoughts too much about the case. But when you don't know what happened to somebody, and it leaves it really room for much speculation, for sure. But it's when you add false information that's not true,
That's right.
that gets put out there, that really it really hurts people that are following the case when they believe something, like in Delphi, that's absolutely not true.
Oh, it just drove me nuts in Delphi. Drove me
Oh,
absolutely batty.
Delphi was the worst probably, for just you couldn't even, your brain was absolutely melted. My brain's melted from this case more so because it's about Sebastian, and I keep racking my brain over it every day. Just keep going through the scenarios, the possibilities. And it's honestly, it's like, there's a piece missing to it. What is that piece? For Sebastian's case. But anyway, so yeah, so the perception of the conflict, I said, we didn't happen. And listen, because we're saying the same thing, that just like me, when you're first hearing it, you're like feeling the pain of Katie, and because this mother, she's upset because her child is missing and whatever. And then all of a sudden Christopher Proudfoot takes over, and the whole perception of this feeling sorry for them left
Yeah.
me.
Same.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate you, Ben. Anyway, let's finish this out here.
I tell nobody, thinking that everybody's going to be sure sympathetic to his bull. When I told her exactly how many dogs, where they all went, what they've all done, she's like, there's nothing I can really do or offer at this point other than to
The kind of
assist in a search if needed.
Yeah.
bodies we did and starts talking.
Oh, so you
So-
did actually talk to her?
Oh, yeah. Talked to her for over an hour and I think a half
Oh, okay. That's good.
last night.
That's good.
So once again, your client
Mm-hmm.
was the
Well, I
nicest way
haven't
to
even
refer
talked
to
to
this.
her. I haven't even talked to Seth since last night. He told me to take a break a couple days ago. He told me to take a break. So
Yeah, how convenient.
Yeah, so I don't know. I gathered, now this is just me assuming, so we know that how that goes. I may be way off, but I feel like it had something to do with this conversation with Bobby Simmons, because Bobby has started communicating with him again instead of going through me. So that line of communication's opened back up, and I don't know.
We'll see for how long.
Yeah.
You hear Katie in the background there?
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth, I promise you, it won't ever open again.
Well, I'm just.
Well, see, there you go, right there. Just what a lovely threat, and he won't ever open his mouth again.
Yeah.
And I'll slap that bitch was so fine with paperwork and blah
I
blah blah.
thought it was illegal to utter threats like that. Like, is it
It is.
obviously probably a misdemeanor in the States, but I mean, I'm
Sure. But again, the whole point of this, besides it, it's just these are his true colors. Okay, this is simply his true colors. Is this the household that Sebastian found himself in? Even though, yeah, I know Christopher Proudfoot was working away, but I mean, he's been with Sebastian since he was like 8 years old. Seven, like Seth said, between 7 and 8, but so it says say 8 years old, right? 15. He's 16 now, but disappeared when he was 15. So that's a good chunk of time. So between his mother, say being a drinker and stuff like that, and maybe some depression going on and with her as well. If the
and
marriage
didn't
is
I hear
called,
recently that she also had like a really quick temper as well?
yeah. Well, that's when Donna Serafina was giving information about her conversation with Seth. And she says, and Seth told me, like, Donna Serafina is, I mean, she's not like, even if you think that she's off on her cases, she's not like a bullshitter. Neither is, Sweetie Pie Low. They are good people with good intent. And so Donna was saying, and what Seth had told her, which was about, um, that Katie, when she was drinking or whatever, and then her peeing on the bed, and that she was had a very volatile temper. And again, so that's why it's like being deceived for some people is that I, from the get go, and I know that Adam had said this as well. Well, Adam had said it actually first before I did. He felt like there was something off with her, with Katie, that she wasn't being truthful or whatever.
Yeah.
He just, but yeah, and I always felt like there was something off about her, but I just couldn't pinpoint it.
Yeah, we couldn't figure out what to make of her. It wasn't
Yeah.
right. Felt bad for her, but it just wasn't quite
Yeah,
genuine.
but something didn't seem right. Yeah, there was just like we couldn't pinpoint it. But anyways, hindsight's always the beauty of everything in that. And she's not this little meek cat, right? This little kitten, at all. Is that how she comes across so soft spoken, in a sense, and this and that. And I'm not saying that she doesn't have those moments, of course, but there's that other side to her that, that we don't personally know about, but yet we're getting little glimmers of it. Christopher Proudfoot, with him, nothing is shocking to us because he came off as taking over the conversation, as controlling. The whole thing pissed many people off about Katie saying, "Well, I don't care if Christopher talks for me. Like, why do people have an issue with it? Because you're the fucking parent, like you're the mom. That's why we have an issue with it, because
You were the
this
last
isn't
one with the kid. Christopher
yeah,
wasn't there. We don't even want to hear from that man.
exactly, right, exactly. So when people are doing stuff like that, and it's like, well, what do you got to hide? Why aren't you speaking, Katie? Like, come on. Like, we see this cases like this all the time. We see like, I get it. Like, sometimes it's the grandmother speaking out, and more vocal, but you can still feel and resonate with usually who's being truthful to bullshit when you're listening to it. like some of these parents that stand up that had everything to do with their kids' disappearance. And that's why it doesn't go against the grain so much when we think, well, could Katie have been giving him a last day? Their marriage was on the rocks for the sake of their relationship. She was sick and tired of Sebastian and her. Maybe not, right?
And
At
for
all.
me, like, thankfully, I can't really truly relate. But for me, I can't imagine even being able to speak. I would be so worried and so stressed out. And, so I could understand my partner speaking for me in that case, but that wasn't the case with
But
her.
that wasn't right. Yeah. Yeah. Remember the hand interview? They were so emotional, and yet they were the least emotional on that hand interview. The bottom line with that hand interview at this time, because the reason why they did that is that way, 100%, is because they know that people are judging everything that they're saying and their cues, right? They're literally watching them. That's why they did it that way. Because again, they made it about themselves. They didn't they didn't push that to the side and say like fuck you trolls, blah 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 blah, and whatever. No. They did it that way because of people reading the cues and how they're saying things, and pour them for people saying stuff about them. Well, hey, if this would have come off to a good start from the beginning of it, and people could connect with you, people could connect with Seth, because again, Seth, almost a year later, 25th will be a year, that people can connect with Seth, and then there's these idiots out there. Sorry, but to me, I think you're idiots, to be honest with you, because if someone can't see a broken-hearted father, and people are trying to think that Seth stuffed him away somewhere, and you honestly think for 11 months that this man is going to go on podcast or create his own channel, which he never had media up until this, besides maybe a LinkedIn. Other than that, he's constantly pushing about finding Sebastian, what you can do to help, etc., etc., etc. If someone can't see that, then honestly, you need to really rethink or go give your brain a shake on that, because it is so ridiculous to me that, like, those are just normal human observations that anyone can see. You don't need to be a fucking psychologist or this or that in order to see who is brokenhearted genuinely, who is, always out there for 11 months so far, just begging, crying for his son's return, versus the polar opposite of what's happening. So I don't know where these people wake up and what the fuck is in their drinks when they're thinking that Seth had anything to do, that has an alibi, that had anything to do, that, he's off somewhere hidden by Seth, and yet he's 11 months into it. He's, the best actor in the world, coming out with the tears still. Like, and then you have the non-tearing family, the jerk off ex stepdad, the mom that can barely say diddly squat, and you're doing everything you can from the Proudfoot side to bring awareness to Sebastian. The two comparisons are polar opposites.
Yeah.
It's my swing. I'm sticking to it. SIW. Thank you. Say it louder for all those who are hard of hearing. Sebastian Rogers, Sebastian's Army. Absolutely about that. We're almost done this one. We'll just play it out.
Just as much in the dark right now about what's going on as anybody else. Like, I'm not getting updates. I have no idea. So, and that's what anybody who's reached out to me, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, do you get in touch with Chloe?
What's that?
I said, when you get in touch with Chloe, I suggest you tell her to lose my fucking number.
Okay. Do I have to say
She
it?
does
Do I
not
have
want
to
to
say it
call
like
me.
that?
Sure. Yeah, you
Don't
can
really
tell her
wanna say it like
my.
that.
You can tell her those are my fucking words, not yours. Mine.
Yeah. I kind of feel bad for Chloe right now.
Oh, I don't. When you're a fucking amateur PI and you do some stupid like she's done, you explain to me how anything And I've even told you this, how the certain things that y'all have done on YouTube and all this shit, how the fuck it does anything to help find Sebastian
Oh my God.
other than just put it out there.
Honestly.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I just
It
can't.
has left y'all down a what? Completely empty kid road.
Yeah.
But I never did.
And we never, I mean, obviously we haven't found him, so,
Exactly.
No thanks to you, Chris.
Exactly.
you know.
I got thinking about this the other night when you and I talked. And you said you don't want to sound like a liar or anything. You're right, you don't. And that's great. But now you got information out there that actually has absolutely fucking zero to do with anything.
Of course.
Says there's no clues. There's nothing up to what y'all have released. And I'm just... got a friend of mine who is highly respected.
Cell phone, and then it's all video.
All of a sudden, he made a good point. He didn't tell me that. And I was like, you know what? You're very valid on that. Very valid.
On what?
Information that's out there that actually has nothing to do with finding Sebastian.
Okay.
Sounds
This-
like she's right there.
Honestly, it sounds like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys, because it comes off like someone's listening to it live. But
Yeah, I go
why?
back and forth, though.
Say that again.
I go back and forth on it though.
I know.
Like, I can't tell.
Because it's almost like it's almost like listening to Katie in the background and some like Chris just absolutely ignoring that she's even saying anything, but yet she could be, but yet it comes off like she's like that someone's playing alive at the same time, but yet, you know, so maybe when like, because this is just a copy from another channel of this particular thing, but this is always one of the things that gets me is that the words that he said. Hold on, let me just back that up for 1 second. I think it's right here. Let me just play that.
You're very valid on that. Very valid.
On what?
Information that's out there
I'm
that
sorry.
actually has nothing to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. Well,
He always says on information out there that it has nothing to do with Sebastian. Okay, so because we don't know what happened to Sebastian, okay, so narcissist Chris here, he thinks that nothing of this. So you're saying that any physical abuse that you've done to a child, that you're of course saying that you didn't, you know, whether it was from Nina, you know, about her 2 children, you know, there's proof there, Chris, right? So we know he's a liar. We've proven it over and over, from polygraphs, you know, to, oh God, I can't even, honestly, there's just too many inconsistencies, but that's the one that sticks out the most. Him saying that he didn't say extra, what's the word again? That's saying extra. Oh, the best part. Sorry, the best part.
The best part about it, yeah.
Right. You know, stuff like that. And then he's like, oh, I didn't say that. No, there's proof. Because again, in this wonderful file that Melissa has done, again, this is for you guys. This is for, you know, you guys to take hold of this, to go through the different interviews. Now, again, this is like 1.0 version. There's still more to come, like the web sleuth interview, but this is like the gist of those first interviews for a while, which is very important when stuff is being said, always at the start of something versus later when they can add more. Because don't forget, they didn't do their first interview, right, on the Duchess channel for like 8 days, and neither did Seth. And I get it, because it was kind of one of those things, like Christopher Bradford said he was going to go on a live Ask Seth, and Seth, you know, turned it down to do this. But you got 8 days to put your shit together, in a sense, right? Meaning it's not like it was that night, like, you know, interviewers are usually there that night going, the mother speaks and just is like crying and this and that. We're talking like 8 days that they go on a YouTube channel instead of the news, right? And it's going to get the biggest exposure. Everything they've done is honestly like backwards ass of how it should be done, of how, you know, like I said, when people try to claim that this is normal, shake your brain, because parents that are innocent don't act like this. So this is where, like Melissa said last night, if you had nothing to do with this, Katie and Christopher, then you're the most guilty, innocent people we have saw, because we look at every avenue of this case. And again, it goes back to always the home that the police have said. There's no signs that Sebastian left the home. Something happened to Sebastian. you know? So when he always keeps saying this bullshit that the abuse has no part of it, well, okay, of course it does. Because if Sebastian left on his own accord, as you guys kept saying that he ran away, then why did he run away? Because Mr. Narcissist here is an asshole of a stepfather and that Sebastian didn't like him. And yet Chris and Katie are trying to play it off like, yeah, Sebastian just loved Chris. He just loved talking to him, loved seeing him. Shut the fuck up on that one. Seriously.
Yeah.
This kid, don't get me going on this, okay? I cannot stand Christopher Proudfoot personalities. He's a loudmouth, dick, slimeball, freaking loser, everything I could possibly think of for a name for this man, because he is. These people walk around acting like they're God's gift to the human race. Okay, and if anyone's coming in now that didn't see it, okay, so on the live on Web Sleuths, when they did that, or when he's talking about it, he's saying how the internet almost broke the minute he jumped on. If that's not the biggest narcissistic douche right there. And Christopher Prophet, to be honest with you, if he even watches this, let me just say, I could care less. He's probably sitting there going, "Yeah, you got me pegged, Sonny. You're right. I know I am an asshole. I mean, he said it himself." And yet he demands respect. Who would respect a liar? Who would respect somebody that makes a mockery out of Sebastian Rogers' case, that makes the GoFundMe more important than working together with Seth the father? Who would all rip off their posters off vehicles so that they don't get hounded by trolls? Who would leave their home and go away from their home when their sons disappeared? Katie would, because they keep caring about themselves. Whenever Narcissist Ass gets on a live, all he ever talks about is all these things. Like, sure, it might do with Sebastian, some of it, but it's not like, hey, you guys, come on. You know what? We just need you guys to really help. We need you guys to start putting out posters. We're just looking for answers. It's never about that. It's always about, you guys are talking about my truck. And I can tell you right now, like, let me make it crystal clear to you guys, because you guys are all fucking idiots. So let me make it crystal clear, and let me tell you how I didn't say who passed the polygraph test, because you guys are all so fucking stupid out there, and I'm so smart that you guys are going to fall for this shit. Okay? He's a fucking open book. He's crystal clear narcissism at his finest. So regardless if he had anything to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, okay, he's still a fucking dick. He's still a fucking asshole. Sorry for my language. Not really, to be honest.
And
Because
when you have a child missing, even if you're divorced or broken family or split family, whatever, you come together for the common goal of finding your child. And I know that in the beginning, Seth was trying to do that. And he was getting so much pushback and so much like venom from Christopher Proudfoot.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Like, look at the Petito case. Their families were able to get together from, different states.
Yeah.
And, like, none of it doesn't seem to get it.
Nope. And you know why? Because a narcissist does not get it. And like I said, regardless, 5 marriages in, okay, that him and Katie, that they're going to get a divorce at some point, and then there's going to be wife number 6. Some other sap sucker's going to fall for his bullshit, and then his true colors are going to shine through, just like in this tape here. That's the asshole. This is who Christopher Proudfoot is. This is how he talks to people when he's in his little anger mode. Like maybe this is more over the top because he, is pissed, because we all get to those points sometimes if it's successfully. But honestly, again, is Nina lying? Is his ex-wives all lying about abuse, or abuse to the children? Is, claiming that he hit Sebastian once, claiming that he can't tell what date he left on, which is probably because if he does say, like Clutch Some Pearls Justin said, probably has something to do with him not being allowed in the home. That's the only reason, okay? He consistently gets caught in his lies. But why would you do this during a missing child's case? What fucking moronic person does that? God, I'm swearing a lot. I'm swearing just like him. I gotta stop. Getting heated here. Okay. I cannot stand this personality. Doesn't matter if it's him or somebody else, because these people try to manipulate, try to project it back on other people, and they think that they're the smartest person in that room, you know. But what is, at the end of the day, it's about Sebastian Rogers. Why is it so hard for them to sit there and do this for Sebastian? Why? Because Chris, he might blame Seth. It's him that has the roadblocks up. The GoFundMe made it about that. Like I said, that started it. That's what started it. Was
Yeah.
that instead of Christopher Proudfoot, it had nothing to do with you, really, right? Like, what? Why is he so worried about the GoFundMe? Like, meaning, why is he putting that over Sebastian Rogers? Why? Because he doesn't give two fucks if Sebastian Rogers walks back in that door. Like, those are my
No,
words.
I'm quite sure at this point he knows he won't.
Yeah.
He knows where he
Yeah.
is.
When it comes to children, children are precious gifts, right, Charmaine?
Absolutely.
We treat them as such. That's what they are. We gave birth to them. Christopher Proudfoot is not the biological father. They don't have that same attachment. And he acts like he wanted Faith, fighting for this custody of Faith. The same guy that Nina said that he wanted her to abort Faith. Like, obviously, that she's pregnant at the time. Even
All
during
of that was just about
Yeah.
Chris's control taking something from
Chris,
her.
right. And that's all he does. And at what point is it's like, when are you guys going to quit thinking of yourselves, Christopher and Katie, and make it about Sebastian? Why are internet sleuths more concerned about Sebastian than your sorry asses of parents? That, like, that's regardless if they had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance or not. Why are their sorry asses, not showing that they're out searching besides Christopher Proudfoot, like Melissa said, like, oh, no, you need to search here, this area here. He's always trying to dictate how and which way things go. It's nauseating. He's nauseating.
So for the
Go ahead.
to me, I like to think the best of people, and I mean, if a web sleuth is entertaining Christopher Proudfoot to the point to nauseum, to me, it could possibly be because if they think they get on his good side, he'll slip. Like, if they keep him talking, he'll release some kind of information that he doesn't want out there. So they also think that they're playing it smart, which maybe possibly one day that'll happen. But I don't think there's any logical, reasonable thinking person that's following this case that thinks Christopher Proudfoot is a good human being or
Right.
deserves to be heard at this point. I think they're just entertaining him in the hopes that he fucks up.
Birds of a feather flock together. That's all I can say about that. It's so the people that support abusive, narcissistic personality people, are, again, birds of a feather flock together to me. It's either that or they just simply are using him, totally using him.
That's what I
right?
mean. Totally using him, stroking his ego.
Yeah.
Trying to get him to keep talking.
Keep talking.
Get more information.
Yeah. Say something.
So they can be the channel
that's the joke of it. It's because of all that shit that they're just loving the clicks and the views off the, when people go against the grain, they know where their bread is buttered. It's not for the people like this channel. I don't know where my bread's buttered because it's not buttered by, for fucking clicks and views for sure. Because people don't want to hear more factual shit. They want to see the drama shit, and what's going on. And it's sad, but it's true. This channel does not get the recognition it deserves for covering this case. It did originally when I was doing it with Riley Strain. And then, we had like over 2,000 people from Twitter alone just watching. But no. I mean, I go look at these dumpy ass channels and I see that they're getting like 9,000 views and yet they got no subscribers barely, and stuff like that. And why? Why? Because people don't want to just hear the truth. I mean, this thing that Melissa did, that's all facts. This is great information for anyone that's paying attention to this case, that wants to go back and watch an interview. She's done timestamps for you. She's laid out everything for you guys. There's the thing again for it, you know, because you don't want to insert bullshit where it's not needed. This is about Sebastian and just trying to put out the facts and then speculating, giving our maybe suspicions on what we think happened to Sebastian. Is there anything wrong with doing that? No, there's not.
No, because we're not presenting it as though it's true, like it's fact. We're clear when we say this is my opinion. This is what I think.
Yeah, we're not into this. You know, I'm listening to them. Like I said the other day, like all these people are talking on the live and stuff like that. Honestly, it just sounds ridiculous listening to them, how they're saying it, what they're saying, but people just absorb that. Anyways, I can never sell my soul to the devil. Never will. I'll never do something for clicks news. And hey, if that's the way they live their lives and that they're that demented, you know, and how they, you know, the people that they support and stuff like that, so be it. Their channel, do what you want. It just amazes me how many people are entertained by that stuff, but yet they are. And I get it. I get it. They're stupid thumbnails that come out and stuff like that, you know, like, hey bitch, sit down, something like whatever it is. But anyways, you know, we'll just stick to the facts and the speculation and try to have, you know, normal thinkers without those, you know, the warped asses coming in here or the drama people coming in. So don't put up with that crap.
And
there's your channel.
The absolute best.
Oh, that's the Adobe
thing about what Melissa did here is that you can't just get interested in this case right now and go find factual information on YouTube or anywhere else. It's all polluted and diluted with the drama and the shit that doesn't matter. And what Melissa did is she took the facts, put it into a chronological timeline. It's easy to read, and it'll bring you to this channel and Melissa's channel where, you know, we're going to vent about the drama and the bullshit, but you're going to know what's what by the time you leave here. I don't think anybody's going to be confused about where you stand on anything, Sunny.
Nope. Yeah. You know, I was going to say, for me, it's, although of course, Seth, to me, has shown to be that parent that's out there, that typical parent that loves their children, you know, their child. That's why I support Seth, even if he's saying a few little mistruths along the way or whatever like that. His actions are matching, you know, his words. It's not happening from the Katie Proudfoot side, and it's not because I've said this before. It's not because I'm personally looking to dislike Katie or Chris. I don't like them. I don't like what they stand for as parents. This is not how parents should be acting. They shouldn't be making a mockery out of Sebastian's case by Christopher Proudfoot, lying about polygraph tests, lying to people, making comments like that this is a case to be studied for sure after only 8 days. Who says that? Who says that the best part of this? You know who says that? A narcissistic, soulless personality that doesn't give two shits truly about kids, that cares more about himself. He is an embarrassment to this case. Honestly, Katie has allowed it, obviously, you know, but why is Katie hiding? You know, get your fucking ass in front of that camera, Katie. Pry your ass off your goddamn sofa. Start freaking searching like everybody else, but I'm just sure you're doing it in your way. You're probably just sitting at home watching YouTube channels and claim that you don't watch anything anymore and stuff like that. Bullshit. All anyone ever wanted to do was just hear from Katie what happened to Sebastian that day. Her words. Sebastian. Thank you, DeMarie. Now you can use the Sebastian Hearts. Thank you for becoming a member. Now you can use the Sebastian Green Hearts. But thank you for your support. And thank you to anyone that's coming in. I see some subscribers going on and stuff like that. Hopefully you can appreciate this channel for always just trying to bring truth and awareness to cases and not try to muddle it up with a bunch of bullshit out there or try to do lives for the fact of feeding my pocketbook. Because trust me, my pocketbook is not fed by YouTube. In fact, probably one of the lower ones. And all the channels that are the drama ones are the ones that get constant memberships and constant what are they called again? Memberships, and constant donations for being the drama channels. Can't do it. Can't sell my soul to the devil. If they can, go right ahead. I don't care. But anyway, so right in front of you guys. Thank you, DeMarie, again, before I take it off the screen. And again, Sebastian's hearts you can use whenever you're a member. The ones I created those right near the beginning for Sebastian, which we did for like Abby and Libby, stuff like that as well. But so this is like the actual PDF file of this that Melissa has done. And again, Melissa's American Justice in this thing. Her link for her channel is in the description of this video. But anyway, so this is towards the end, but let me go back to the top of this. Okay. It starts off, right? She did a beautiful job here. Meet the family. Gives you guys a table of content, quick notes, interview timeline, 911 calls. Okay. Everything is here for you guys to not everything yet, because there's still more to come to it. But right. Sebastian Wayne Drake, Rogers, favorites. Obviously got to have Taylor Swifty in there, right? Timeline of events, link information. She's giving you everything. So, right, look at this, right? KB wakes up, KB's calls, CP, three-way sheriffs, etc., what channel it's on. Let's see here, date and time, and she's telling you as we get down further. Let's get into that part. 1 second. Okay, now one dispatch calls, YouTube channels, what day it was on, that the person
Did you
played
know that
it.
you're not scrolling through on our screen? We're still on the very first page.
Oh, I put up the picture. My bad. Sometimes I'm not the brightest bulb on that Christmas tree. Let's try that again. Okay. My bad. Thanks, Charmaine. Here I am just thinking that you guys are all following along with me. All right. 2 + 2, Sunny. All right. 5. Okay. So again, start that back. So Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, again, she's done beautiful work. Meet the family. This was a task and a half, I'll tell you, to put this information together. This is for you guys to have, and that's why the link has been dropped for it, so that you guys can view it as well. That if you need to go find information, there's Sebastian's, like I said, favorites. You got date, time, event, link to information, description. Okay, everything that you need to know, mostly, besides more to come, is in this. But this is all the gist of the main interviews that have happened since the beginning. There's still Web Sleuth one that needs to come on here, and a few other things. Stuff that Seth has said as well in regards to Sebastian. Landfill, retention pond drain. There you go. There's the date and the time. There you go. So anything that you want to know for the most part, right, is here it is. And then she'll go see, like I said, here's all the interviews. No, they're not all. So some people have taken some of theirs down, but these are the where it counts, though, is in the beginning, that's when it's really to me important, is always in the beginning, because that's when you're really seeing inconsistencies in people. And we know that from like the Orrin and Orson case and stuff like that, how people are acting just shady. Here's the Christopher Proudfoot thing where he says, where FUFU says, have you both taken the polygraph test? I played this again to what he actually said on Duchess' second interview. And if so, what are the results? Yes, and the results are passed. So tell me how he can get out of that bullshit. Have you both? Have you both? Yes, and the results are passed. So when he wants to claim that he's the Mr. Truth Teller of this world, F you, just like that guy's name. F you, Christopher Proudfoot. You are such a narcissistic liar. And that's just it. Like I said, why? A child is missing. And you're trying to sabotage, you're trying to make a mockery of this child's case. it's such an embarrassment. Like I just, it's a child, you know, a child, the most innocent, humans that there are, besides animals, right? Children and animals and old people, the middle
And not
people.
just a child, it's their child.
It's the right, you know. So would you not expect more coming from the mother? Would you not expect more coming from a stepdad? Act like you give two shits. Quit pretending. There's nothing genuine or what's the word, connecting when Christopher Proudfoot talks about Sebastian Rogers. You're not going, you know what? You are the stepfather of the year. You just sound like, whereas when you listen to Riley Strain's stepdad, you just felt this care, this emotion of someone that just loved that boy like it was his own. Mm, 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 mm. We are Cody's voice. Thank you guys again for anyone who's watching or new to this. Um, Mashite.
I agree, Seven True. That's exactly what I think.
Oh, what did Seven True say here? Hello, always in the bushes, but wanted to love it. You wanted to love your child. Wanted, because you do. No, just kidding. I believe this reason CP didn't want to GoFundMe because it's known and lots of people would learn about Sebastian's disappearance and ask. Well, again, agree, right? Because everything they're doing goes against the grains of salt of what you do. So it's not like you're taking one instance and going, it's kind of like when a behavior panel reads, it's not just like one cue that they're looking at, one cluster. It's about multiple clusters. And that's how I see this. There's multiple clusters of what they're doing to prevent actually themselves from putting out really truly trying to find Sebastian, and like Melissa was talking about yesterday, when Christopher Proudfoot saying to, like, I think Cluminati, like, where to look on the map, like what area to search in. Why is he insisting that these dogs made it to the retention pond when the LE came out and said that there was no scent of Sebastian's picked up? But Christopher Proudfoot still wants to push it as if you guys keep looking over in that retention pond because we know he's not there. But hey, so it's looking at everything. And it's the whole cluster. So it's not just one. Why did Katie have this special day on the day that Sebastian disappears? If that doesn't catch you as a big red flag alone, right? That is such a huge red flag that day. Spaghetti pancakes, fun fact. If that, like, that to me is such a what do you think is you guys in chat, what do you guys think is the biggest red flag that just sticks out to you like a sore thumb when it comes to this case? Charmaine, what would be yours?
Oh, this case is like a fucking circus of red flags. It's a carnival. It's a carnival.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, the biggest red flag is where do you start? Number one is Katie not pinning down a timeline and then sticking to it. To me, I guess that's where it all started. And then
That's
going
right.
on these YouTube channels instead of to the mainstream media. Like, why?
Again, sabotage, right?
Because they don't want the masses looking for their son for some reason. Like, why?
Why? Because we're not going to stop, right, guys? We're not going to stop. It's about Sebastian and finding the truth about what happened to Sebastian. They might not seem to give two shits, but we give a shit because we just want the truth. We just want to know what happened to Sebastian, right? We just wanted to hear Katie. That would have been so different if we would have, like, even if she was lying, we still wanted to hear from Katie. Not Big Mouth Proudfoot there on that. But anyways, so what was your big red flag? Besides all of them? Besides so many?
Besides all of them? Well, I mean,
Like
I can't pick the biggest one, but it started it all with Katie not talking, not keeping to a timeline and making it public, going on these smaller YouTube channels.
That was on my channel, Tracy.
Lying about polygraph tests and something stupid. Okay, no, sorry. The biggest red flag to me is leaving the house Katie going with Christopher, leaving the house. That I will never understand. I don't even care how it ends for Katie. That there is there's no explanation for that. If you have a child missing and he wasn't missing for years, it's safe to assume the kid's not just going to stroll in the front door. It was the distinct possibility that could happen if he had actually just walked away. And she gets up and leaves.
And right. And again, the truth was told there. I mean, because she was frightened, you know? Well, maybe look at everything that you guys have done and wonder why people are actually trolling you, saying things about you. Because again, if you're genuine and honest and truthful, you know, people, you can feel it, you know, through the screen. I mean, so there's very good snakes. Christopher Proudfoot isn't one of those, and you just couldn't feel it. You just wanted to hear Katie saying that, and exactly. But she ended up saying, "Well, because he could just be everywhere and anywhere." So, and then the truth was, and then Nancy even said to her, "Well, did you leave the home because, you know, like basically being afraid for herself?" So again, it just continuously is the same thing. Taking his picture off of their vehicles. Was it to do with Sebastian or was it to do with them? Leaving the home. Was it to do with Sebastian or was it to do with them? Right? Also, the inconsistency when Christopher Proudfoot says that the phone call was made right then and there. I said, hold on a second, Katie. Whoa, Nellie, there. Let me just call the sheriff's office. Right there. When she says that I was searching all over for him, you know, in 3 minutes flat, 1 minute flat. She said it both ways, right? Christopher Proudfoot says, you know, like he's talking to her, you know, and she says like, whoa, Katie, let me just call the sheriff's office right then and there. Then you hear Katie tell the story on Chronicles of Olivia, and it's like, you know, and that's when that cough comes in there, and she's just like telling the story, and then she's like, and then I hopped in my vehicle, and then Christopher coughs, and then she's like, and she's kind of stumbling now for words, as if maybe he is saying like, say to the script, Katie, and then you know he started three-way calling from the vehicle, and oh, so you weren't in the home or you were in the home when you called? Or were you in the vehicle? Because Katie's telling it one way, you're telling it a different way. And that's just one of many, right?
Yeah.
So let me just quickly do this again. Because this one is always fun for me with Christopher Proudfoot. 1 second, I actually cancel. I played this yesterday, but I played again. You want to see somebody that is, like I said, talking about, I mean, I always go back to the polygraph one because this was just instantly just showed he was a liar on there. Oh, and then I played that clip too. Actually, before I play it, do I want to play that first? Okay, well, let's play this first and I'll play something else.
The two of you taken a polygraph.
Thank you, guys.
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
That's not exactly what has been stated before by Sebastian Rogers' stepfather, Mr. Proudfoot. Listen. And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
Dick.
But
Right.
if people want to ask, I'm okay to tell you. You know,
Yeah.
people have asked about interrogations and polygraphs. All this stuff has been done. All of it has
Yeah, I
been
think
done.
that was one of the questions that I had up next was, have you both taken a polygraph test?
The results are passed.
I do have 4 or 5 more messages that just popped up that said they want to know that you definitely took a polygraph and passed because it got cut off by a different question and they feel like you did not answer that. So I'm just asking one more time. This is the last time, guys. I'm going to revisit this question.
Listen to her.
Okay. For the record.
Mo, he said he passed it, according to Amy.
Well, hold on. Somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when. But what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely. Polygraphs have come back as passed. So I'm confused as in why they're all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took one.
Joining me in All-Star panel to make sense of what we're hearing right now. But first to Dave Mack, crimeonline.com, investigative reporter. Dave Mack, isn't it true that crimeonline.com did set up a polygraph?
Absolutely true.
And what happened?
Chris Proudfoot told us that he could not take it now. He wanted to, but he can't because the TBI told him not to.
Right.
It's my understanding to Cheryl McCollum joining us. Cheryl McCollum, founder and director of the Cold Case Research Institute, forensics expert, and host of Zone 7 podcast. Cheryl, it's my understanding that specifically Sebastian's stepfather said he could no longer do interviews, including with us, because he had been instructed so by the TBI. And Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong, that they did not want any of his interviews to interfere with the investigation, and that even though he had agreed to do our polygraph, he now says that the TBI is going to set up their own polygraph and he can't take our polygraph until after that. And once he does that, then, quote, we'll take it from there. What do you make of it?
Okay, so remember, because you can't take her polygraph until he takes the TBI's polygraph. You know, she would have reached out to him again and said, hey, you want to take our polygraph now? But why? No. It was so heart-filling to me when, after I just played to you about the polygraph thing, this video here, the beginning part, when he had to put his tail between his legs and admit the truth on Nancy Grace, like a freaking, deer with their cotton headlights there. And then, so to have to listen to him say all of that, and then to say on top of that, but he can't do no more interviews to hinder the case. Didn't stop him from doing more lives. Nope. Elevated Truth, you were just on. I can't think of the other one that I'm thinking of, but anyways, yeah. But no, right? Because it's hindering you. He tells you what he wants you to believe. He tells you, to me, he's as transparent as they come when it comes to a narcissist and somebody that's full of themselves. So this man demands respect. Why should anyone give it to you? We just listened to the way that you spoke about the PI and Seth, telling him to shut his fat mouth, or basically he's going to do something about it. The way he spoke about Chloe, right? The way that Nina has spoke about her relationship with Chris and stuff like that. And yet you want us to believe, you know what? You're just a great stepfather. You're just a great guy all around. I can't support douche if I even tried on there. Again, it's not because I'm looking to hate Christopher and Katie, in regards to them. Their personalities, absolutely. Yeah. We've had enough interviews now that to sit there and judge them or make what's the difference if a behavioral panel does it or I just use the word, hey, you're a big douche or asshole, instead of saying it in a more politically correct way. I don't really mince my words too well on that, but I cannot stand narcissistic personalities. I was married to one, not my one now, but one before. I hate people who think that you're stupid, and that he's so smart. That's why he's offensive to me in general as a personality. Right, Charmaine?
Yeah, and Mary Lindsay just said, I know Seth now knows that 3 a.m. lights are not the trash truck. And that's what you were talking about before. So did Mary see something somewhere that we can look into?
There's no verification on that. But Seth, if I'm not, and I believe I did hear him myself at some point. Um, so this is kind of confusing now because Seth said on the Pascal show about of course, the whole version of, what Christopher Proudfoot has told Gray Hughes. We were brought down to the LE, me and Katie and Chris. You know, they showed us, they wanted to make sure it was crystal clear. Like, I don't want you to leave without, without 100% certainty that these are where the lights are from. Here you go. Here's a nighttime version or daytime version from February 9th that he said. And here's, like the nighttime version, because and all that. On Nancy Grace on the this scrubbed interview, and I think Mary was saying that she's going to redo it. Is that what you were saying, Mary? That you're going to redo it or something, and that's why it was taken down. But anyways, on this one, he's like, right? No, Ellie didn't. Ellie has told us nothing about the. Wait, what? I played that for you earlier on Michelle After Dark. So I've got to give credit to Michelle After Dark. I mean, it's on, like J for Justice has it, Cleminati, Queen Bee or whatever as well. They're playing it on hers, but they have that podcast. See, I was looking for it, but I was expecting it to be on the channel. I haven't listened to Nancy's podcast in a while because she's always putting them to her videos, and I like to see, the faces versus just hearing or whatever. But so Seth needs to answer for that one. Why did he say that he hadn't been told anything about that? And now, as for the 3M lights, although Seth in his November 24th or 23rd video live with the lab and Tony Mathis, when the flashlight thing came up vaguely, they didn't touch on it really. He grabs his flashlight. He's like, "Ooh, the flashlight video." Um, and so, anyways, but if I'm not mistaken, I do believe I remember him almost counter saying that he wasn't sure anymore that he believed if it was a trash truck, and I think that's because a lot of people were doing work, like the mob crew and stuff, and people are doing work, and that I don't think he was convinced anymore. That's where I think that kind of comes from. Am I right, Mary, on that? Um, Vile, absolutely. Definitely, definitely. You know what? If I go missing, please, please, I would never want Katie and Christopher ever to come look for me if I go missing. I mean, obviously they wouldn't because they'd have to actually, like, help in the search, truly. Even when they answer Nancy Grace on that interview, Charmaine, it was just like, she's like, so, like, have you been out searching and all that stuff? And almost I could just feel that, bullshit answer of, yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
and like, maybe if she would have, could you just clarify what you've done? Is
Because
it that
by
you're,
that time they realized that they probably should have been out searching.
well,
They
and
still
it's
didn't
like,
want to.
it's like, so were you searching for him between the dip of the chip into the, type of thing? As you're sitting there on the couch, sitting there going, look at this. We got posters here, so if anyone, wants to put a poster in their yard, blah, 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 but truly searching, truly, you know, again, it's the we're stupid and Christopher's so smart, as they're saying, like, you guys don't know what we're doing behind the scenes. So for you guys to pass judgment, we call it like we see it. It's like calling a spade or bullshit, right? And so when he says stuff like that, considering he's so truthful, you can't even believe the guy because you guys have shown you don't see Katie out there like Seth, who is so determined to believe his son is alive still and that he's not giving up. You know how there's those parents, kind of like Lyric, Elizabeth and Lyric, the two girls that were their lives were taken in Iowa there. And it's like the father that doesn't give up, those parents, or Karina McClurkin's grandma never gave up on trying to find Karina. Finally, what, 6 years later,
Yeah.
finally. she got her remains. Okay, that's sad. He's that dad that he's not going to give up. Katie and Christopher, come on now. They gave up a long time ago. They're just like, you know what, Ellie? You know, we're the smartest ones here. We'll just let you still try to figure it out. But we're so smart. Don't worry. You'll never figure it out. Hence why that comment about the best part. The best part is that, however it went. Do you remember? Can you say it
He
better
didn't
than?
leave any evidence behind or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, subscribe to Nancy Grace. Some people don't like her. I like her. You know what? I mean, every time you're watching an interview, you're like, Nancy, or somebody. You're just like, ask them this question. Da-da-da-da-da. The thing that, on Nancy's interview with them though, I, no, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of embarrassed for her a little bit because she didn't even have the fact straight that Christopher Proudfoot wasn't at home, and then Katie goes to go say something, and then she goes like, she has this look, and she goes, anyhow, type of thing, and then Katie had to reiterate again that, well, no, he wasn't at home. And I thought, well, that was one important point. You probably should have had your facts straight on that one, Nancy.
Yeah.
I mean, Ellie has never said it. And I'm sorry if I'm behind on comments and stuff like that. Just know sometimes it's a little hard to keep up with it and try to, keep the live going and stuff like that and to see every comment. So don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm not trying to. I wish you. Sophie says, I really hope Sebastian is found soon. I pray he's found. And as well, but I don't look good in my information, right? But it's only because, Sophie, that we don't have any information that's what gives the hope, just the hope
That's
that
right.
that somebody, that Katie, you know, I know that Bobby was talking about Sebastian Rogers, okay, getting slung over the shoulders of whatever, of like, how we were looking at that
Yeah.
Pareidolia picture,
Yeah.
what is supposed to be Sebastian and Katie and Christopher. Um, what was my point, Sherman? What was I talking about? I literally lowered my head for a sec. My brain went blank on me.
Your sock dropped out your nose.
No,
Yeah, I don't know.
it's there. It's there. It's there. Oh, Bobby. Busy Bobby. Let's call her Busy, Binocular Busy Bobby over there, the neighbor that lives up on Kellen. She was talking about how something like she's seen the video of, like one of the neighbors has the video of them seeing that Sebastian was getting carried over and stuff like that. And then Bobby's like saying, and don't put it past Katie because she's got martial arts behind her and stuff like that. Now, Sebastian just didn't vanish. Something happened to him, And so Bobby is saying, so she's talking to Ellie and she's like, like basically saying, asking about this. And the LE guy's pretty much denying it, shutting her down, right? And then JLR is like, well, why? And she's like, exactly, why? But at the end of the day, regardless of what you think about that picture of the Pareidolia type picture, something happened to Sebastian, and we don't know what that answer is.
He didn't vanish. He was taken out in the trunk of that car and then moved a short time later once Christopher got home. That's what I think.
How many of you guys agree with Charmaine's thoughts about that? So be clear, say it one more time.
Something happened during the night or early morning. She talked to Christopher, maybe got some tips and tricks or whatever on how to be a complete douchebag, and hid him in the garage. And when she left to go check the school or whatnot that she did there, because cameras or whatever saw her car leave for a few minutes in the morning, I think that Sebastian was in the car. And just like the Tisha Stock took Gannon and put his remains somewhere, she went back at a different time and got him again and moved him to, well, she moved him across the country, but
yeah,
that's what I think. I mean that's what I think, because there's no camera footage of the kid leaving the house. There's no evidence that the kid left the house barefoot in the middle of the night.
That's and I keep wanting to talk about this because again, this part of the case isn't like when you think about it, like we were talking about yesterday. And I'm glad that Jennifer Coffindaffer did that live because I was going to do a live like that, but she did it so much better when she was breaking down the possible reasons about Sebastian and what would kind of make sense or basically like, this is what we have for that type of thing. This is this scenario, this is what we have with that. So I really like that because that's how I look at it all the time. And I'm sure you guys do too. Sebastian's phone was in the kitchen. If Sebastian was looking to have someone come get him or something like that, first of all, they would have found that on his phone. But he wasn't obviously talking to anyone because his phone is in the kitchen. He took for him to leave out the front door. So the probability, right? That somebody that he knows that he was talking to on the internet or whatever somehow picked him up, car not being seen, everything. Now that doesn't make sense because he would have had his phone with him. At his dad's house, he was using his phone all the time because why his dad was more lenient. At Katie's and Chris's home, Katie said it was like fighting with him to take his phone with him. Because why? You got a calculator, you got contact list, and we've heard that him and Faith had FaceTime or whatever. But so that doesn't make sense then for me for that he went out the front door and locked it, bypassed his shoes, took nothing. He didn't take his phone, switch, nothing. He didn't take his phone to contact his dad, right?
Dogs didn't bark.
Dogs, right, because Katie says that the dogs don't bark. Are you kidding? You got two little yappy Morkies right there that are barking in the freaking interviews. Like she says that those dogs don't bark around her or Sebastian or Chris. Well, they were sure barking up in those interviews. So what? Are they going to claim that it was because the interviewer was in the house and that's why the dogs suddenly decided to bark? Or they're just little yappy dogs that would typically bark when they hear a noise anyway. Normally you would hear, even when dogs just automatically, even the quietest ones, when they hear a noise, and I had a golden retriever, when they hear a noise, it's like, something. And those dogs were, according to Katie, in the sunroom that's off of their bedroom, put up. Again, there's the inconsistency of, what was I going to say? God, you guys are my brain's getting all mushed on me. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to say there. But anyway, going back to what I
left out of was right beside the sunroom, was it not?
Well, say that again. Oh, I was going to talk
about. If he would have had to weave through, he would have had to walk directly past those dogs.
No. The sunroom is the other door on the back side of Chris and Katie's. Actually, that's the sunroom. Wait, hold on, let me think. Katie's and Chris's room. Then there's another little room there that leads to that sunroom, if I'm not mistaken. Shoot, now you're gonna have to make me pull up the pictures because I have looked at these pictures so many times and I'm trying to remember Chris and Katie's room. But for some reason, I believe that there was another little room which led out to that.
Wasn't there also a picture with Sebastian and it showed where the dogs stayed, and then you could actually see the door that Sebastian left through in the photograph?
Yes.
It looked like not quite a hoarder's house, but it looked quite full and cramped, and the dog area was right there, and the door was right beside that area, more or less. So he would have had to come down the hallway and go past the dogs to go out the door. That's what
Travis,
but it's been a while. So
I was gonna say, I'm picturing the picture where he has the knapsack, and then he's near the front door. I'm not recalling about the back door one, but the back door one is in the group of 40 pictures that when the owners that had owned it before, to show the layout of the whole property there.
Yeah, no, the one I'm thinking of has Sebastian in the picture.
I'm just thinking the one that sticks out in my head is the one where he's holding the knapsack. There's a couple around that front door area there, but and I don't remember the picture you might think that you're thinking of. Do you guys? Maybe people that are watching know, but going back to that. So what Katie and Chris had said was that they had determined through, you know, elementary Watson, was that Sebastian would have had to have gone out the front door, because if he would have went out the back door, like the what do you want to call it? Those patio doors, that of course the dogs would have heard, and also they said that a camera would have seen him because somebody has a camera across the way, so that he would have been seen on camera, and not only that, but that squeaky screen door would have made noise. Um,
And if
he
he went out the window, he would have cried and screamed.
right now the neighbor, like, so Sweetie Pie Low had said this on one of her lives that a neighbor confirmed or said was that Sebastian's, all the windows have screens on them. Okay. Now I get it. That as a kid, I would pull out that screen and then put it back on, type of thing. Like, could that have happened? But this is where Christopher Proudfoot too as well said, well, if he would have went out the window, we would have heard him. Right. So why are you using the word we? You weren't there, right? Or were you, Christopher? Because you've used that word many times on times when you shouldn't be using those words. So that just adds to it all. So that I thought to myself, okay, well, is there mulch moved or something to show that somebody's climbing out the window? But really, are you really going to see much, even if someone's in their socks? Let me tell you this, you're going to get a hell of a lot of splinters in your feet if you're going out barefoot out the window into mulch, which is, the prickly freaking wood chips there. But that, with the LE, that it was determined that the garage door, it would need the clicker, that he obviously, because of the lights, he would have been seen on camera if he left through that side door that's beside the garage door. So the deduction had to be that he left out the front door, and not only did he leave out the front door, but he locked it, right? And so you're telling me that a child that's leaving their home and running away, that obviously gives a shit about turning that lock on, and that they're just gonna, go out that front door without no snacks, no knapsack, no nothing.
No
What
shoes.
what is what is the chances of that, right? So then it becomes obviously, well, was there a pedo in the area that somehow evaded all cameras, car wasn't seen, rapped on Sebastian's window, said, hey, go to the front door, don't forget to lock it, and took him, right? It doesn't seem likely. There are pedos in the area, don't get me wrong, but come on. Again, all you're thinking about is the multiple cameras that would have seen a vehicle or something. So the only thing that makes sense to people is that vehicle at 2:58 that arrives, that shows lights. That's only because that's the only stuff that we know about, right? Some people believe that Ellie is pissed because that got leaked. Ellie came out saying that there's no evidentiary value to any of the videos, hence, when he did that live with Craddock, Nick Barras, and then he says, well, could it ever, whatever, and then Craddock basically says, well, I mean, yes, it could, right, giving that opening again. But at 2:58, there's this vehicle, according to Bobby, the whatchamacallit, SF Investigates, has the picture of a vehicle going up Kellen, which is the road just right off of Stafford, and a vehicle going up the road there. And I think that was actually at 2:58. Now, Bobby says that she is friends with the person that owns that camera on the corner of Stafford, and that she's seen the video herself unedited, and that vehicle was there for about 3 to 5 minutes, and then it backed out of Stafford and then went up Kellen. Now, because there's nothing with Sebastian's case, that is one of the only viable things that people have to hold on to, is the fact that there was a vehicle, there was lights, that Chris and Katie took Sebastian, gave him with somebody, did something to him, right? Or the scenario that you're saying, which is that, by the way, February 25th is the last day Sebastian was seen, not 26th. I think most people know that that's been cleared up now. Is that Katie had put them in the trunk of the car, maybe passed him off to somebody, did something, and then Christopher comes home. Remember, I mean, he did go away for 2 days to go get his whatever. But again, all that goes through my head is all this information. And then in my head, I'm like, okay, so did Ali check that Katie's phone, when supposedly she went to bed? Was her phone, did it stop moving? Was it just stagnant, perhaps? Or did it make its way outside past that? I would like to think that they would have done that because most things you think to yourself, did they bring dogs in? Did they do this? Did they do this? And you're just thinking from a basic 101 standpoint that these things would have been done. But then Delphi fucks you up because everything that should have been true, should have been done, wasn't done. They didn't pick up the script from,
I'm sure they did because at some point fairly early on, it moved from a missing person investigation or a missing person to an investigation. And there are certain protocols that law enforcement will do, and that would be probably one of them. The only thing is, in my scenario, she could have easily have left her phone at home, but what kind of car did she drive and have? What year was it? Is their OnStar, their GPS? Like, did they check how long she was actually gone for and how far she went? At this time, and I believe it or not, I don't keep going back to this case, but at this time, February of last year, was right around the same time that Letitia Stock was being found guilty for everything that she did to Gannon. So I don't know if this agency or this area would have been familiar with that case, but to me, if there's no evidence that the boy was kidnapped, we can't figure out how he got out of the house because he's not on camera anywhere, then it's reasonable for law enforcement to assume or to suspect something could have happened in the house. And did they investigate inside the house? And like you said, Delphi kind of messes you up. And honestly, every case in Canada messes me up with this. Law enforcement, you assume police are policing and to come to find out that they're not. But they said very, very early on that they have no evidence of foul play. So you'd think that they would have exhausted all of these obvious leads, all of these obvious
you would think.
investigations.
What was very telling to me was when Brandon Carter, which is the detective on the case. So Clutch Some Pearls has had a little bit of communication with him. On I think, one communication that he was showing the other day, and that Justin from Clutch Some Pearls, Brandon says basically obviously it's an ongoing case and we can't give out information, and then Brandon puts, so what is your thoughts about this case or what happened to Sebastian? What does that tell you, Charmaine, when a detective is asking you what you think happened to Sebastian?
Well, I mean, that's a very known, I don't even want to call it a tactic, a technique in interrogations is asking the person that they're interviewing, what do you think would happen? Or what do you think should happen? Somebody that hurts a child or that commits a murder. It's pretty common. I'm not sure if it's the Reed technique, but it's a pretty common technique.
What I see is this, myself. What I see clear for me was clear. For me, I took that as you guys don't know shit about what happened to Sebastian, and that he's asking the thoughts because when you're because maybe there's something that they're not thinking about for a scenario about possibly what could have happened to Sebastian, meaning because they're fucking stumped. I know they're stumped. They might have an inkling. They might feel like, Christopher Proudfoot, why are you freaking lying and using TBI as your, backup, stuff thing? Why are you lying? Are they looking to see how the parents are acting or being?
And that could
Obviously.
very well be why they haven't said a whole lot, because Christopher is doing a lot
Thank
of
you.
talking, and maybe possibly potentially he'll talk himself straight
Talk
into.
himself straight into, yeah. Because something happened to Sebastian, yeah. Does it seem likely he left the home by himself and locked the door without anything? Absolutely not. Come on now, right?
Hey Sonny, I'll be right back. I have to go switch my laundry.
Oh, absolutely. Is it? Yeah, I guess it's laundry day, isn't it? Probably should be doing some of my own. But anyways, oh yeah. So right. So what's the probability of a child doing all that, not taking anything, including his shoes? Pretty slim, right? What's the chances that, again, that he was talking to someone online? Pretty slim, right? Because they would have found it on his phone. Seth, according to Seth, they never ever took Sebastian's laptop, even though he says that he used that more, and he hadn't even used his pad that he had for like 5 years, like since 2020, 2021. He said that he has used his laptop, but yet they didn't take that. They took the devices from the Proudfoots a couple of weeks after the fact. They took the phones a couple of days later when they took the phones. So it's one of those things is that to have no, I think I have a picture here. Let me just see. I grabbed this off somebody's website or live the other day. Let me see if I can find it. Just I think unless it was sometimes I get confused because I take a lot of pictures on my iPad as well. And just want to see if I did take it. Might have been, I think it was on my iPad. Oh no, here it is. I think this is it. Okay. Present. This one right here. Okay. Let me take this off for a second. Let me make this like this. Okay. So where all those yellow dots are, you can see where it says like cameras, right? So Proudfoot home. I think this might have been from Michelle After Dark. I think it was. I just want to give credit properly when I grab something. So this is Sebastian's home. So there's camera. I think it's this home that sees the door like area and the garage, right? So if he would have been seen out the backyard, then obviously it must be this camera because they make that comment about that. Christopher Proudfoot does, and I don't know if this is all of them. I'm just got this from Michelle After Darks. I feel like there might be more. It seems odd that there's not more here, but anyways, so yeah, because I think that there's more because I'm trying to think of that one house that's over here. Maybe it was this one. Is that the one? There was one that where the Uber car, but I thought that one was up a little bit more. But it could. No, I don't think it's this one. I think it's up higher. So there's if a car was entering the area, right? On the footage from this corner house here, which is obviously one of the most important cameras, is that supposedly that 258 car that's going up Kellen is about here for 3 to 5 minutes. But right, and people are saying, okay, well, there's the lights, right? Like that these lights go on from this vehicle, so that would make sense because it's obviously at that. Well, obviously that timestamp is stuck, like most people know, it's stuck from Friday. But these lights shine up. So The only cars that they can ever talk about, meaning SF or anybody else that we know of, is the Uber car, which Bobby had said that Uber was like went up to Devon. So it was driving and it went up to Devon. And then the other car was the 258 car, which was going up here. But it was sitting here for about 3 to 5 minutes. So at any point, if another vehicle had entered the area, sorry, just trying to, what am I doing here? Come on, can I not scroll up? I was trying to go down here, right? Like a vehicle would have been seen. Another vehicle would have been seen, but that's just it. There wasn't any. So the chances that a pedophile freaking, just went for a walk and, went in front to his window or something like that, or, that's the problem here, is that there's no footage whatsoever. And that's why they keep saying that there's nothing to show that Sebastian left the house, right? I mean, if he was anywhere near here, right? That's why that picture with Christopher and Katie carrying him, right? Which I don't believe necessarily definitely is them, besides it being more of Pareidolia. But hey, it's plausible, because how else did he leave, right? But if the car had its lights on, this camera on this corner, like house, it's on the garage, would have picked Sebastian getting into the vehicle. Like they would have seen Katie and Christopher. So I don't understand how people don't realize that, right? Because that camera, you can see it's not dark enough. You like the one from Nick Beres is dark because it's taken zoomed in and it's geared toward the dark area that's here. But Sebastian would have been seen, and I'm sorry if I can't see chat right now, but if there's a vehicle here that even housed Sebastian in it, he would have been seen on that camera for sure. They would have been seen, not some Pareidolia picture. They would have legitly been seen. Like you would have been able to make out the body for sure, especially because this car had the lights on that was beside, so this is the home that has all the vehicles, right? And then a car kind of comes up here or something, and then its lights kind of shine. And it might even be right here, because where the truck is, the light would have shone like right about here. So that car could have turned right here. But he would have been seen on the camera, because it makes sense, if I think about it, that those trucks were over here on this person's property. You know how he has a ton. But anyways, bottom line is he would have been seen on the camera if he would have been dragged over there. But does that make sense? But yet we would have seen something, right? And yeah, so sorry guys, I gotta find my way back. Gotta find my way back home. Are you back, Sherman? Are you still doing laundry? So, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Because again, that lights would have been right in front of that camera, that 258 vehicle. And they would have picked up Sebastian getting into a vehicle, or Chris and Katie. But yet that something happened to him. So either he's the best Houdini artist that in all of the scenarios, be it here or other cameras, around, that he did leave through the front door, avoided being seen totally, and 11 months later, still no sign of that. You know what? I never get the vibe that ever feels like something Sebastian would do without wanting to call his dad, without wanting to get into his contact at some point back with his parents, realizing, that it wasn't such a good idea. So it just seems most plausible that either the Proudfoots had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance, or some sort of crazy kook teacher that thought that she was being a savior to Sebastian, and Sebastian had maybe confided in home life to her, a teacher, and that teacher, but again, where's any communication? But it's not implausible because there's those like kook jobs out there that do that. But kind of like what Charmaine's saying is that as far as we know, and according to the neighbor across the way there, is that Katie got into her car and that she was gone about 15, 20 minutes. But you guys, it was longer. It was longer. Let me put it this way. The phone call came in at 6:33. So if Christopher and Katie are talking while Katie's in the car, while the phone call came in while Katie was on the phone. Yeah. Now this is what Melissa was talking about yesterday too, is that it was at 6:20 that Christopher alerts Sebastian. And I can't remember, Melissa, if you had said that he had told him he had already called the police at this point. But remember, Seth didn't get off till like around 7:20 area as well, when he got to his vehicle, his truck in the garage part of the Davidson Police Department there where he worked. So if at 6:33 the call comes in, right, there's obviously this time from when Katie left the home talking with Chris to, was there an opportunity to take Sebastian, hand him off, or dispose of him? Did they overlook the landfill and that Sebastian was in the landfill? But we just have to take what we're being told, which was that there was nothing found there because they went to the spot where the garbage was, So what other viable options really make sense? Third party makes sense. A known family member, that makes sense. Did Katie truly not want to have Seth have Sebastian? Think about it again, you guys. That day, Katie gives Sebastian the ultimate day. Seth says like Sebastian never does stuff that many things in a day, overstimulation. But yet we have a fun fact about pancakes, which adds to a day that a child goes missing. We have inconsistencies in when did Katie go to sleep, because it's been said a couple times from different ones about Katie saying to one of the neighbors that was asking what was going on about 10 o'clock that she fell asleep, right? And then when the Duchess is talking about, so you fell asleep around 10 o'clock. Katie doesn't correct her the whole entire time and doesn't say, no, I was falling asleep. But then Christopher jumps in to say, oh yeah, towards the end of the call, 2 hours and 15 minutes later, that, Katie was starting to fall asleep, but I told her to get up and put the dogs, and it was getting late. So which is true? Why is there this 10 o'clock time being told by a neighbor? I mean, according to Busy Bobby there. And so where's this inconsistency coming from? And considering the Duchess had made mention of that and Katie didn't correct her, right? So again, was Katie truly asleep at 10 o'clock? But then she says she was doing her books, right? It was only in the Web Sleuth interview that Christopher Proudfoot actually makes a comment. I was waiting for this comment the whole time because I'm like, he's such a loudmouth and he likes to always interject. But there's times that he doesn't interject to clear something up, and it always makes me pause. But one of the things I was always waiting for was, well, Chris, you're saying that you were on the phone talking to Katie, and we don't know what they were talking about. Could be suspicious, might be not. Okay. At what point has Chris never said, well, Yeah, Katie did hear a thump. I was on the phone with her, and Katie did say heard a noise because obviously, if Katie is on the phone talking to Christopher, she would have, she would have heard Katie say, "Sebastian, did you fall out of your bed?" No, ma'am. Okay, well, I don't care what. Like he had never made a comment to that, and I never understood why, considering he likes to interject to add things to be crystal clear. So if we're going to be crystal clear, he only does that sometimes. So why did it take to the web sleuth's lives, which was many lives in now, he finally made a comment about being on the phone with Katie when in regards to that noise from Sebastian's room. It was the first time I was looking for it. I was waiting for him because if someone wants to be crystal clear about shit, why does Katie never ever bring up the phone call between her and Christopher? She's never done it. She's only done it when it's been brought up to her. Every interview you listen to her, she doesn't tell you she was on the phone. Christopher Proudfoot is the one that interjected on the Duchess to talk about that. Well, they say it was too cold out and he didn't like to be barefoot, right? And he's not in the loafer. I'm here. I'm just heating up dinner. Yeah, I gotta make myself some soon here. I have an autistic niece, and that's in the spectrum, and they're very smart. Yes. CJ said the home that could see everything, lights, cars, etc. The residents wouldn't give Ali the footage. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I don't think that they would have a choice.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about CJ Eville. Is that who you're talking about, Karen? But that doesn't. That wouldn't make sense. To be honest with you, it wouldn't. I mean, not to say it's not true, but that wouldn't make
Unless
sense.
that neighbor, whoever owns that camera, would be top of the suspect list. You'd think.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, because like if you're talking about CJ Eville, yeah, like he's been down there searching for Sebastian, Terry Lynn, Nick the Hat, Hong, and at night, and SFS investigates. Um, we haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
JLR. Don't forget JLR.
At JLR. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. If you could pinpoint me to what that live was called, um, you know, I'd like to hear that because it just doesn't ring truth. It doesn't ring right to my ear, considering a child's missing and somebody's like, I ain't giving you any footage that I got, unless there's something that they were doing on it. But either way, it would have been subpoenaed. But the thing is, Charmaine, would it have? Because the neighbor that was across the street that could see their front door, they had to the husband had to bring it to the station and said, "Hey, don't you kind of want this?"
Yeah.
So,
Which makes me wonder if they checked it, like investigated inside the
well, that's
house.
just it. This is where we're at a loss, people, because because it's not like if you message Brandon Carter, he's going to be like, "Yep, check, did this, yep, check, 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 check," you know. And I get worried about this stuff because stuff that we're thinking about, they should be 2 steps ahead of us thinking about this stuff. But yet,
But they do
that's
lose time when they're looking for a runaway.
right,
They
right.
lose precious time when they're looking for a runaway, and then maybe certain things that they would do right from the get-go might get
Yeah,
lost and overlooked. And I
yeah,
mean, I'm giving them excuses.
I
Is what
know.
uh,
That's not what I wanted to do.
yeah, I
Um,
forgot about that neighbor.
hey,
I forgot about that neighbor who had to take his footage in.
yeah. Um, it's stuff like that though that really makes you question, did they check Katie's phone to see if it was pinging outside? Obviously Christopher Proudfoot, I mean, if it was a pre-planned thing type of thing, you know I mean, there's a lot that would have to go into that for that to happen, if in fact he was in Memphis. And I believe he was. Do you?
Yeah. I
I
do,
mean,
because his work would have spoke up and said something by now. Like there's a
that
lot of people that would have to
that
keep
would
that
have,
kind of a secret, right?
yeah. But there's a lot of people on Seth's team that have verified that he was indeed, one of them being a PI, one of the PIs that verified that, yeah, he was. Right now, granted, okay, it took him 7 hours to get back. Right, you know how it takes 3 hours and 37 minutes or 38 minutes doorstep to doorstep,
Yeah.
but yet it took him 7 hours to get home.
Well, didn't he have to sit in the crane and wait for his replacement to show up?
Yeah, that's according to him. Sure.
But in the construction industry, that does make sense because if
Right.
you're in the middle of a lift, you can't just leave your controls and walk away. You would have to wait.
Because this isn't his biological son, he he was probably thinking, like, let's just give him, like, from the side of it. He would have been thinking, ah, he'll come back, or they'll find him,
Probably
right?
just thinking more Sebastian bullshit that I got to deal with. I'll get to it when I get to it type thing.
Hmm. Um, yeah, I'll just message CJ and ask him about that, Karen. Thank you. Um, but yeah, so I mean, obviously, these are things that, again, you would think the LE has every detail of that. And again, to me, to put that out there to clutch them pearls, like, so what do you think happened to Sebastian? Is to me that they have no clue, that they might have a clue, but I don't think so. I think that they're just as stumped as anybody, to be honest. They might be seeing inconsistencies, but
And if that's the case, then you have to realize that because they're not releasing any other information, they don't have any other information. Like not only are they clueless, but they have nothing to go on.
yeah, because you wouldn't pose that to a YouTuber unless, to me, you were trying to be like, hey, well, what's your thoughts? Because we've exhausted everything that we could think of. So what's your thoughts? So that's how I see that they don't got shit. Because you're not going to pose that question, I don't think, if you already have your eyes set on the Proudfoots for sure. You wouldn't even pose that question. It wouldn't even come up. You wouldn't even ask that question to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know,
No, it does.
what if you had the Proudfoots in your sight? It wouldn't make sense to ask a YouTuber that question at all, because you would already know. They would already have their inkling. I just think that they're fucking stumped, and they don't know, and I believe that all along. I know that they have more information. They get to see every freaking video on the block. They get to see all that stuff and have more information and details with Christopher and Katie and Seth and all that. But I believe that they're just as stumped as we are over here, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, you know what? I was going to play a little bit of Nancy Grace's. There was one part in there that I found interesting. There was this person talking that J for Justice was playing. It was about the 12-year-old child that went missing. And he said that he looked in the basement. The LE looked in the basement. The dogs were in the basement. The mom looked in the basement. Could not find their child. The child was found in the basement. And you can see he was very emotional. Um, I did have that up. Let me just see if I could find that part. Just give me a second, guys.
Karen, yeah, and I feel like isn't it standard practice to work from the inside out in any investigation? Like if you have a runaway, they're going to ask the parents what happened in the last 24 hours or whatever. Yeah. Hopefully the police are doing their jobs and just not releasing information to the public. Or to Seth or Christopher or Katie from what they say. Hopefully. Because that would be a tragedy if they literally had no information to go on.
Can't find that particular spot, but let me just play only because I came across a part of it that I was like interested in. Now, I think was it Mary that said something earlier, like she took it down or something like that because something about Seth, but Seth was on this one.
Yeah, I think Mary.
Well, I mean, at least we heard his voice when she asked him a question. Karen, was it you that said that, or was it Mary? Or
it was Mary.
Yeah. Mary, quite contrary. How did your garden grow? With silver bells and cockle shells. And pretty maids lined up in a row. Okay, let me play this for a minute. Not that one. Where are you? Right here. Okay.
Had anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian.
Oh,
and
is known for interesting exchanges with people, as we saw with Charlie. And one of the things that she apparently said along the way is that Charlie Bothell was a garden variety sadist, and that shows up here in the court filings. So we picked up the phone. We called Nancy Grace's producers in New York, wanted to talk to her, and they said they haven't seen this yet, so they're not going to be commenting on this in the immediate future.
That's what they're talking about.
Okay. No, she had her depo sealed in the Duckett case. But listen, does Nancy, now I don't know her, but does Nancy see Chris Proudfoot with the belt the same way she viewed this guy? What do you think? Because didn't she go on about he hit him with a belt when she interviewed him? Do you get what I'm saying?
You guys, she did this today, so you guys can go back and watch that.
Do you think that she sees Chris Proudfoot with the belt on Sebastian, who has autism, the same as this man hitting his kid with a PVC? I'm not saying it was abuse. This guy just claimed in court it was discipline. Is she that extreme that she sees it that way?
PVC? I don't think so, right?
I don't know, Annie. Were they doing it? I mean, that's what she was accusing them of, hoaxing it, keeping him in the basement. Like, but if you were hoaxing, why would you report him missing and keep him in your basement? Hey, welcome, Proud Mama B, and any other cooters that came in while we were watching. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and cross your legs.
Welcome to Cooterville.
We're not debating whether spanking with a belt is right or wrong.
Let me see this.
We're talking about, does Nancy
let me
reverse Uno?
Let me see if I can, because this is the part where I actually caught
any
it at.
parent or any adult.
Or was she just
that search?
Oh my God.
The judge will determine.
So to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008, please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please.
When Sebastian Rogers first went missing, tips were pouring in. Footprints allegedly were found. There was talk that there had been the hit of a canine, possibly rendering information. Tonight, where is Sebastian? The search and the heartbreak seemingly never ending as new enhancement a video of home surveillance takes the center stage. Tonight, we learned that there are multiple theories, two in particular, as to what happened to Sebastian. Listen.
There are multiple theories on what could have happened to Sebastian Rogers, but two seem the most likely. One is that Sebastian left in the trash. This is based on the search of a Kentucky landfill where garbage from his neighborhood was taken and dumped. The second working theory is centered
Who the
around
fuck is this talking now? Why does everything sound AI?
the video showing what appears to be flashlights being carried by what appears to be two individuals in the backyard of Sebastian's home at 3:10 a.m. the Monday he was reported missing. The theory is the flashlights were two people working together and carrying Sebastian to a vehicle 3 hours and 20 minutes before he is reported missing.
Straight out to Sebastian's father, Seth, joining us, and you can find him and the very latest at Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, on YouTube. Seth, what and when were you told? What were you told and when were you told that Sebastian was missing?
I was told on the 26th when I returned the phone call to Chris.
And you were told what?
That he was missing. That there were police all over at the house.
What did you do?
I headed straight to his mom's house. He was missing.
When you got there, what did you observe?
There were search vehicles with dogs and stuff in them. There was law enforcement everywhere.
What did the Proudfoots tell you?
That Katie woke up and he was missing.
At that time, where was the stepfather, Chris Proudfoot?
From my understanding, it was in Mississippi. Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. When I got off of work, I had a text message from stepfather Chris, and he told me that Sebastian was missing.
Straight back out to the spokesperson.
Speaking of AIs, doesn't anyone remember when someone clipped my intro and it had over like 1,500 views of just my voice in my intro? I don't like that. I don't like that with Nick being this AI fucking guru. You know what I mean? Do you guys remember that? She just pieced in an interview of Seth from somewhere else. It was all clear. Listen.
There were search vehicles with dogs and stuff in them. There was law enforcement everywhere.
What did the Proudfoots tell you?
That Katie woke up and he was missing.
At that time, where was the stepfather, Chris Proudfoot?
From my understanding, it was in Mississippi. Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. When I got off of work, I had a text message from stepfather Chris, and he told me that Sebastian was missing.
Straight back out
I
to
agree,
the
Sassy.
spokesperson for Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis. You know, in order to get a warrant to search a dump site, you know, very often the landfill will just give you permission, but crossing T's and dotting I's, often there is a backup warrant in case they say no. So there had to be PC probable cause to search that landfill.
Correct.
What, if anything, do you know? What led them to that landfill?
Nancy, that was before I got involved in helping Seth, but I just have a couple of responses to that. One, I don't think there is such.
Hold on. I tuned her out. I was reading your comments. I got to go back. My mind is all over the place.
Correct.
What, if anything, do you know? What led them to that landfill?
Oh, the landfill.
Nancy, that was before I got involved in helping Seth, but I just have a couple of responses to that. One, I don't think there is such thing as a precautionary measure to get a PCA to search a landfill.
Just quickly, thank you. Hmm. Thank you, Charmaine. I had to stop that because I know Charmaine likes the Rickroll. So just to go over that, Karen Albernini was gifted one, SRB, Mama Dukes, Mississippi. Isn't that funny? Mississippi RN. And just another human. Are you grieving over there? It goes basically for each membership she gifted. It goes off 5 times on there. But I know, Charmaine, we like our Rickroll over here still. Thank you. There you go, SRB. I was gonna say none of those. And Karen, yeah, Karen got one too. So you guys can use those Sebastian hearts that are in the emoticons. I'm trying to eat a banana nut muffin. You made me hungry. Mm-mm-mm. We'll just do another 20 minutes, okay, Char? Is that okay? Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Mhm. All right. So, again, thank you to Charmaine for gifting. And D. Marie has become a member earlier today as well. So, anyways, you guys can use those Sebastian hearts, okay? The green ones. We all know that green is for Sebastian. Let you down. I desert you all in a second. Definitely desert you for cheesecake. I desert you for a couple things, to be honest with you. But anyways, okay, I'm not gonna let you listen to the last one, Charmaine.
That's okay. I got my fill.
You got your fill now? Okay. Don't forget, you guys, if you guys want to view Melissa's 67-page about interviews and everything to do with Sebastian, again, more to be added, right? We're just calling that one like 1.0 and stuff like that. But anyway, okay, listen to this. I know that Justice for Jake talking about it, but I don't have the original where I can just kind of play it out, right? Most people, I mean, Jay is actually probably the most one out of anyone that I've seen that has it, that doesn't stop it every freaking second. You know, she does stop it, but not as much as some of the other channels were stopping. Freaking hate it when they just stop it that many. Like, there's some people that just fucking stop it. Actually, Dolly Vision, you're one of those people too. Same with Mob Crew. You guys need to give a little bit more before you keep stopping your freaking thing. It's irritating trying to listen to something and then they stop it like within 10 seconds of playing it. And they do that. Just saying. Just don't. Okay? It's irritating. Yeah, just no. Okay. 1 sec here.
The other thing that I'll tell you is that I do believe that law enforcement knows a lot that they're not sharing with the DCA to search the lands. But I just have a couple of responses to that. One, I don't think there is such thing as a precautionary measure to get a PCA to search a landfill.
Oh.
And the other thing that I'll tell you is that I do believe that law enforcement knows a lot that they're not sharing with the public, and I believe they're working very hard. They've got a lot of evidence, and they will figure this out.
Well, I agree with that, but I want to specifically look at the theory behind the landfill search. We all know that for there to be a warrant, there has to be a probable cause affidavit. Law enforcement can't just search your home or your car unless you're taking off in it, or a business or a landfill without a warrant. That's under the Constitution, Fourth Amendment, guaranteed. To get a warrant, LA law enforcement must go before a magistrate or judge. They work 24/7. You can even get them over the phone. There has to be an affiant typically law enforcement.
Right? I agree. It's kind of like when he said dog read him his rights.
An agent, an officer swear under oath to probable cause that supports that search.
Oh my God.
The judge will determine objectively if there's enough probable cause to justify invading a person or a business's privacy. So in order for that search to take place of that dump, of that landfill, there has to be PC. What led them to that landfill? To Justin Jensen joining us, host of YouTube channel Clutch Them Pearls.
Wait, they're asking Justin Jensen what led them to the landfill? The very guy who took Kylie Rodney's deceased body that was pulled out of a vehicle that was submerged in water, and he unblurred her body to try to make out her body. Really? Landfill? Hold on.
What can you tell us? There has to be PC. What led them to that landfill? To Justin Jensen joining us, host of YouTube channel Clutch Them Pearls. What can you tell us about YouTube channel Clutch Them Pearls? What can you tell us about the landfill search?
So you make a great point, Nancy, right? There has to be probable cause. The only thing that I could think of would be something related to the trash truck that ran on the 26th, Monday, early hours around 5 a.m. The trash truck runs very early in that neighborhood. It is also seen on camera.
Oh my God.
So, did they see something?
Is he fucking reading? How can anyone's mind process this slow?
I mean, I must say, this is Jay for Justice. This is how she speaks. On there, she's, throwing out a lot of flippant insults when it comes to Justin from Clutch Them Pearls. I get it. He might not be the fastest talker in the world, but that's his way. But I kind of agree on the fact of maybe asking a YouTuber about what led them to the search, versus say stuff,
Yeah, but I mean, I asked that question 10 months ago and got an answer relatively quickly. So
the thing that I remember from that, by the way, because I wanted to say this, is that if the LE is deemed it as a garbage truck thing, it obviously makes sense that they go check the landfill. But the thing I had heard, and I'm not exactly sure where it came from, but it was that the garbage truck drivers that day felt that their load was particularly heavier than normal. So that's why they went and checked it out. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure that they could probably get that search warrant regardless, because the child's disappeared, and you're definitely, most of the time going to look at the parents first quickly, obviously, to rule them out and double check. Is that how you kind of see that one? Or do you believe that it was because the garbage man said that it was heavier than normal? Or do you just think that
well, what I was told was that, because my big thing is their landfill was out of state. It was just over the state line. So I was like, that is a lot of red tape to go on a hunch or just, going through the motions. But the construction site, where at that time we were told the dogs had hit, their landfill was that across state line landfill. So because
that's what I remember.
Yes, the dogs hit on a scent at the construction site, so they were following that lead by checking the landfill across state line.
Thanks,
And
Karen.
that's why they needed the warrant, because it was across state line. That's why they went through the motions to get the warrant, because it wasn't just checking the local landfill. It was, they had to get a warrant to go across state lines to check that landfill, because that's the landfill that the construction site used.
Right. So how come now it seems like, because somebody else said the same thing, and I'm like, that's exactly what I remember. And we were talking about on this live. So why is it then that this is being projected as this was Katie's and Chris's
Here's
land?
the thing, right? Like, to me, law enforcement, and if there's a cop or something in chat, which I doubt, but I don't think they need a warrant to go and search a landfill, like a local landfill. I can go to my local landfill, search for treasures if I wanted to. But to go across state lines, that made sense. Like when CD actually told me that would be the loophole, and then we looked into that, and sure enough, that construction site, it all lined up. That would be the only reason that they would need a warrant to go and search the landfill over state lines.
Because this, right, and I get, because I just remember it being about the construction site area, that the garbage goes from this point to this transfer site, and then from there it goes across the state line.
Yeah, because I was having a fit, because you wouldn't, no law enforcement that soon in with no evidence of foul play is going to go through. They're not going to jump through hoops and break through red tape to get a search warrant to go across state lines unless there was something there, unless they heard something. But if the dogs hit on a scent at that construction site, and that construction site dumped across state line, then that totally makes sense.
Karen says, but the landfill and workers get shut down, so there is a process.
Sure. For criminal forensic search, I'm sure there is. I'm saying it wouldn't be the red tape of a search warrant to go and have a search warrant affidavit put in front of a judge and have that granted in order to set foot on and start searching a landfill. I don't think that there's that much locally, but if you have to go across state lines for anything in the States, it's not like that in Canada. We're one.
Yeah.
We don't have state lines like you guys do.
Yeah. And so and I'm not sure, Karen, but correct me if I'm wrong, but are you kind of commenting towards even the landfill that's local, that there would have need to have been a search warrant because it's shutting down the business while they do a search there? But
I mean, possibly no different than, okay, so if a police officer shows up at any one of you guys' doorsteps and says, I need to search your car, we open your trunk, blah, 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 and you say no, but they have probable cause, they can go and get a search warrant to do it. So if the landfill said, no, you're not searching here, then that would be one thing. But what I'm saying is it would be automatically required to have a search warrant to search across state lines, from what I was told by the law enforcement officer back like 10 months.
Okay. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Cause I was like lately been going, why do people keep saying that it's Kitty's and Chris's landfill in Kentucky? Because it was said that it was the construction one.
Yeah, it was the construction site one.
Yeah. But yet, and that's, and I believe, I don't know if it was the lab or the lore, somebody made that comment recently, and I was like, right? Because that's what I remember it, but yet I know that it's getting portrayed that that's where Katie's and Chris's garbage went. And yet
maybe they did search that landfill as well.
And
but the only way that they wouldn't be able to do
that, the one in Kentucky was about the construction site,
right? And what led them there was the dogs hitting, like the scent dogs hitting there.
Right, that would make sense.
I could be totally wrong. I'm just going off what a police officer told us.
Well, I mean, it would make sense to, if by chance, but then again, I mean, maybe because when did they check that landfill? It's on the document here. Was it? Let me see when that was.
Which landfill? And I mean, you'd think that it would be part of public record if they checked it, because we know that they searched the Kentucky landfill. Did they
Between the
search?
7th to 9th, January, February, March 7th to 9th.
Yeah. So
So,
did they search the local landfill as well?
do I use can't copy and paste?
Right, Karen. They probably had to get permission, but then they'd also have to have a warrant to go across state lines to look in that landfill in Kentucky. They'd have to have, because the construction owner probably owned the actual physical dumpster that had already been taken. If that makes sense. This is just what I'm thinking. But I don't think they would need a search warrant to go to a local landfill, because all they'd have to do is go to the management of that landfill and say, hey, we're looking for evidence related to a missing child. And the public relations to say no, get a warrant would be a nightmare for the landfill and for the city. So they probably wouldn't need a warrant to go in and search that local landfill.
The neighborhood trash goes to Nashville or Gallatin, which I think I remember Gray Hughes saying something about that, whichever is filled first.
Yeah, but that's not, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not American. I don't know exactly, but that's not across state lines. The Gallatin or whatever is not across the state line, right?
So yeah, because I just get mixed up here, because you would think that they would definitely check the garbage of the Proudfoots, right? Because Sebastian had to leave some way. Did he hop on the back of the garbage truck? I doubt it, right, without being seen.
Unless they totally took Katie's word for the timeline and what happened, and they were looking for this missing boy, and the search dogs hit on the construction site, and that's where they ran with that path.
Right.
And then maybe by the time they were like, oh shit, maybe we should be looking closer to home.
Yeah.
Garbage is gone, blah, blah, blah. But you'd think it would all be public record if they checked both landfills.
Right. We only know about the Kentucky one.
Yeah. So that leads me to believe that they never checked the local ones in Nashville or the other one. Which would be stupid.
Well, that's just it, right? There was no luminal done, right, or anything like that, or fingerprint taken and stuff like that, because they were just believing it was a child that left through the front door, like Katie said, and Christopher, that left through the front door and was missing. That's all. That's why it wasn't deemed as a crime scene or anything like that, potentially, which I think is so wrong. Like myself, because so many children, their parents have done a lot of missing children, these cases where the parents have done something to them. I would think that that when there's a missing child alert, that they would instantly just want to, kind of like seal it down, because again, there's so many cases where parents do something, but once a scene is contaminated and people are touching things everywhere and everyone's coming into the house, well, then you're pretty much fucked. So they didn't do any luminol testing like Jennifer Coffindaffer was talking about, right? So if there was anything, well,
but you can't. I mean, I don't remember exactly what Jennifer said, but you could probably go back to that house today, even if it had been painted, and use luminol and get a hit.
Yeah, but it's not happened, So there's just things that when they've talked about it, it's like maybe there was evidence, and because it was just deemed as a whatever, by that time it was maybe, I don't know, too late, I suppose. I don't know.
But it's not, for stuff like that, it's not too late. And I feel like if
there's blood. if there's blood, right?
If there's blood.
Yeah, if there's blood, yeah. Yeah.
They could, like I said, even if the house was repainted, they could foreseeably go back today and do luminol testing and potentially get a hit. Like if they haven't and they ever see this, then do it. You never know. Check the garage. Trust me. Google Letitia Stock. Trust me. Just look into it.
You always say stock, but I always hear people say stouch.
It's stock.
Yeah.
I know this because I watched the painful trial, and her ex-husband said the name over and over again, and at the very end in his victim impact statement said, "Would you please stop calling her Letitia Stock? That is my family name, not hers."
Yeah.
In my podcast, I called her Letitia, but
right. See, this person's doing what I'm doing, like a criming shame. It's for criming out loud. That play on words. Good on you. The landfill caught on fire on the 3rd of the 23rd in Kentucky, about 2 weeks after Ellie searched it. It was all over the news. Yeah, people have talked about that. But then someone said it was like in a different area or something like that. I don't remember that. I mean, if I do, it's sitting at the very back end of my brain about the fire at the landfill on there. Wonder. Let's see. The Gallatin landfill had the fire, not Kentucky. Oh, it was the Gallatin one? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's see.
which is strange. That's a little bit of a strange coincidence, isn't it?
Gallatin fire. Let's see. Let's see.
So I think like if Sebastian's scent was really truly picked up at the construction site, there's no telling if he was there during the day playing or whatever, and that could have been a legitimate hit, but not related to this. He could have been out playing by himself for a little while. But say this landfill has something to do with it, and there was just a.
I'm not seeing anything. I'm like nothing's pulling up for it right away. I'm trying to search.
It would be a strange coincidence, is all I'm saying. If their trash happened to be taken there because Nashville was full, and then there happened to be a fire there a couple of weeks later, just smells kind of like a dumpster fire. I don't know.
Okay, so just to ask you, and then we'll wrap this up here. And thanks you guys for any of your input, Karen, criming out loud, for anybody, Ben. Thank you, guys, for doing always an awesome job being mods and stuff like that. But let me ask you, if you took the Proudfoots out of the equation of anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, you took Seth Rogers out of it. So if you took them, what's the scenario? If just saying that they had
take logic and reason out of it, that something happened in the house. I mean, the only other possible explanation is he somehow was snuck out of the house.
One sec. So I got something in my eye here.
He was abducted.
Is there any of you? Hi, Miss Holly. Is there any of you? Thank you, Miss Holly, for the like, number 112. Is there anything in you that believes that Sebastian at all left on his own accord? Are we just missing something? Is there anything, thinking about what he didn't take, and no shoes, no jacket, whatever, thinking about all that, is there any part of you that believes that Sebastian, and what percent, if you do?
I don't think there's a snowball's chance that he left on his own and stayed gone this long. For the longest time, though, I thought maybe somebody like a janitor or somebody that knew his home life had him and was trying to take better care of him. But I think this is too long, too far gone for nobody to say anything or to not hear anything. No sightings, no nothing.
Well, that's just it, right? Because again, right, you have these busybody neighbors, like, busy Bobby there, who has seen the footage. And I'm sure Busy Bobby watches probably the whole footage. And I'm pretty sure those owners of the thing watched the whole footage of that particular day. If not, probably went back, because remember the police went back to look at footage from whatever. But if there's no vehicle besides Katie's leaving the house in the morning and a 258 vehicle, it makes more sense to believe it makes, like, if I was to compare the two, so I don't believe Sebastian left the home on his own accord. But if I was to think of what was more logical, so if we're going based on the two vehicles, one being an Uber, the one at Uber, and the other one being the 258 vehicle, that's clearly would be in front of that camera, and that would mean that Christopher Proudfoot, according to that photo, whatever you want to call it, it's more likely for me to believe that Chris was in Memphis working, that something happened with Sebastian during that time frame in the morning, because that's the least farthest reach, than thinking that they carried him through the camera, like carried Sebastian, both him and Katie. So that would be, think of what Christopher would have to do in order to accomplish all that. He'd have to leave his phone there, he'd have to, drive in a different vehicle, etc., etc., etc. And it's just, like, to me, a lot of work for that one to be true in order to get to that point, versus Sebastian in the trunk of a vehicle where in 15, 20 minutes time, if not longer, could do something, and then Christopher Proudfoot come home and maybe help cover it up. That, I just think, do you think that the scenario, because again, if the car is in front of a camera, this car, which is there for 3 to 5 minutes, and the lights are on, okay, I mean, that's a dead giveaway that you would definitely see, because when a car opens up, that little light thing goes on typically. If somebody's thinking ahead, maybe they'll turn it off, but it seems like the longest route to get there. And I always believe things are a lot closer to home than all these steps. What do you think? Do you think that is, like, which one would you, well, I know which one you believe more, actually, because you more think of the stock case there with Gannon.
There's nothing else makes sense. Nothing else is logical. And what was the big word that everybody used when it came to Delphi? Occam's razor.
No, that's one. Yeah, Occam's razor.
I mean, there's too much going on with Katie and Chris's behavior, their demeanor, their story changing, their inconsistencies, coupled with the impossibility of Sebastian magically leaving the house with no cameras or anything, seeing him on his own volition, nobody seeing him, no sightings, no nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to believe in quite the fairy tale to go down that path. However, Bluefish, I still speculate the trash drivers. I never even thought of that. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to have to obsess about that. Is
You
that
never
even?
what, say that again, Charmaine?
I'm going to have to obsess about this because I never even fucking considered that Bluefish.
Well, I was just going to ask you about that, Charmaine. Like, I was just about to ask you about
That is
exactly
totally
this.
plausible. Totally plausible. Unbelievable. I thought I had this case solved. Bluefish.
Drivers probably set fire where the drivers put Sebastian. I mean, it's just as good as any, isn't it? Okay. Okay, 1 second here. Let's see. Let me just check my Gmail there.
How many trash drivers were there? Was there just one, like there is now with budget cuts and stuff? Like that one guy running around in trash trucks, doing the driving and the dumping.
Two, who just said that to me? I emailed you for crying out loud. Just so, by the way, I'm not sure if you made a mistake in the email, but there's nothing showing up in my email. Let me just look in spam. Nope. So it's acrimingshame@gmail.com. So I'm not sure if you put it's a criming shame or acrimingshame@gmail.com, because there's no email. I don't have no email that's come in. I seen one, but it was from the docket. So if you could resend it, because obviously something kind of happened there. Katie filed for divorce. That's kind of like okay, now in saying that, she filed for divorce on February 26th. Sebastian disappears on February 25th. Do you think at all that that's just coincidence, or
Do you know why the weekend was switched? He was supposed to go to Seth's that weekend, but didn't. Did you guys ever find out why that happened?
I'm gonna say no, because Seth has talked about it, and I remember that whole thing back in the day about that, but it almost always seems like that was her weekend to have him, you know. Because I always remembered that as well. Like, oh, I thought it was Seth's weekend, but she switched or something like that. Does anybody know? Because it's about facts. I don't want to hear just, somebody said that somebody said. Because that one to me, I remember about that. But if it's not coming out of the horse's mouth,
I thought it did come from Seth, but I can't remember why.
Right. Does anybody remember about that?
Wasn't it something to do with the Thursday, or he had the?
I think I heard an email come in. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for sending that. Let's see here.
I thought it had something to do with the Thursday of that coming week. He was off school or something, so Seth was going to get him for a longer. I don't remember.
Yeah. This is where I did wish I spoke to Seth.
I missed it, Karen. What were you questioning? The visitation? Totally missed that, and Sonny's been busy holding the fort down because I don't do that.
This is thing. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Can you tell me if you can hear this?
Large fire at Hopkinsville landfill.
Yeah.
Authorities continue to work along with Hopkinsville solid waste employees to extinguish a large trash fire Saturday morning. Hopkinsville Fire Department Deputy Fire Marshal Nathan Stewart says they were called just after 2 for a large trash fire at the Hopkinsville landfill and requested help from the Crofton Fire Department as they worked to contain the fire. As of 8 a.m. the fire continues to burn as firefighters and employees of the Hopkinsville solid waste work to extinguish and cover the trash. Christian County Emergency Manager Randy Graham says the Kentucky Department for Environmental Protection is also assisting. Stewart says no structures are in any danger and it's unclear at this time how long it will take to extinguish the fire. This story will be updated as more information is available. Share on Facebook, share on Twitter, email. Weather forecast.
Okay, and that came out March 23rd. Okay, 1 second here.
Hmm.
1 second here. Let's see. So it's more about this. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Stop screen. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that.
And welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Julie Vilgus. Sumner County investigators continue searching for leads in the disappearance of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers.
Today, search crews traveled to a landfill in Hopkins County, Kentucky. It's where trash from Sebastian's neighborhood goes for disposal.
The teen has been missing for 10 days now, and despite a large search...
You hear what he said there, Shemaine? Where his families. But are they wrong?
Trash from Sebastian's neighborhood goes for disposal.
The teen has been missing for 10 days now, and despite a large search effort, officials say there are still no signs of Sebastian. News 2's Adam Mincer is live at the landfill with more today. Adam.
Haley, we just heard a short while ago from the Sumner County Sheriff telling us more specifically that they spoke to the person who picked up Sebastian Rogers' trash that day he went missing 10 days ago, and that person told them exactly where he dropped off the trash from that neighborhood. And that's where they've been searching all day. You could see over my left shoulder, there's a little bit of a tarp. It's in that area that we saw crews up until about 30 minutes ago. They've been here all day for about 6 or 8 hours total. I saw about 20 people. Let me actually show you a little bit earlier what happened. We have some drone video of that moment. There's about 20 or so people from Sumner County searching that area closely. And we saw them actually shifting through the trash using machinery to get through it as well. It seems like those people and those machinery are gone now. We spoke to the sheriff's office a short while ago. They say that their original plan was to keep searching until it gets dark. We're about at that time right now. And we have no updates if they found anything at all so far today. Now, as you were talking about, this is a precautionary move that they decided to make. They said that they're looking here just to make sure that they've covered all the possible questions and options about where Sebastian might be. But it seems as we go into an 11th day, the search will continue. Live in
Okay. So it was obviously the Hopkinsville. I think it was. And then again, Shemaine, I mean, they did a couple times say like the family's home garbage.
Yeah, but I
don't know if he got it wrong or if it was.
I mean, it's not unheard of for mainstream media to get little shit like that wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's just because I remember it as being about the construction site. Do you guys all remember that it was about the construction site that they were looking into? Even though to me, I was thinking, and like, I mean, it makes sense to check both.
Maybe when Melissa's completely done, she'll have all this laid out for us in a nice, neat little package.
Bluefish says, I speculate Ellie's still investigating drivers. Ellie sure haven't come out. I mean, at the end of the day, that is a vehicle. Haven't come out publicly stating there is no evidence that the drivers are not involved in the disappearance of Sebastian Leo has or SR, KP, and CP, except Rogers. Okay. If you hear something in the background, that's my husband and brother-in-law. They're watching a fight. It caught on fire literally 2 weeks after it was checked. They were due to go back and check a second time, but this fire prevented them from doing so. Yeah, Seth's channel. He has the word sun in there. SUN. Wasn't there a recent news report that said that they are being led back to, I don't recall an SRB myself. I don't recall seeing it. Doesn't mean it's not there. I just don't recall seeing one. Sebastian possibly still at the landfill. Because the landfill still to me does play a part in meaning in it's one of those things that it's almost like it gets mixed up or lost in a sense with did Sebastian leave or did the Proudfoots have something to do with it? And yet there's this landfill in there still that I always in the back of my head go, maybe they missed him. Maybe they missed him. Because Jennifer was saying if they truly were searching a landfill, it would take weeks, not a couple days. But they were just kind of there in that one spot. But had they done an entire, say, landfill check, could have been a different maybe story. Because again, there's only so many. So in saying that, if it was the trash trucks, okay. My thing is this: trash trucks have tons of lights on them. So then you'd have to believe that Sebastian was in the garbage can. Like how would that work out exactly?
I mean, I don't want to say it.
Go ahead, say it. Say it out loud.
He could be a number of different garbage bags.
Mm-hmm. He could what? Be a number. Oh, okay. A number of different garbage bins. Yeah, but on a scale of 1 to okay, versus what you think happened versus this. Which one do you still think is more plausible than the other? Like which one do you think is more
The garage.
the garage?
Maybe both.
Something happened to Sebastian.
Maybe 15 minutes was spent taking numerous garbage bags to numerous dumpsters.
Hmm. Who else was there? Questioned, looked at as a normal routine to be there in the community. But my thing would be then, so unless he's in a garbage bin, he would have been seen by the neighbor's camera that could see. If it, like meaning if it was not in a garbage bin, he would have to have been in a garbage bin. It hurts the brain. Something happened to that boy. Something happened to that boy. And the garbage truck still to me that would still to me right Bluefish but that would still lead back to that the Proudfoot had something to do with it that would it not? Because they ain't
No,
going to be
because Bluefish is saying that Sebastian could have not known about time change, went to the school bus extra early, and was abducted and killed by a trash driver.
Oh. Okay, that's a whole different twist.
Yeah.
I guess we don't really know his routine exactly, though.
And for crying out loud that's where I'm at too. Probably not looking for remains as much as looking for any evidence.
Mm. Okay, you guys all just gave me a headache now thinking about it. I haven't really thought of it in that sort of light at all. Something happened to Sebastian.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line of it. Something happened. Something, and that kid did not go out the door. That kid did not go out that front door and lock it.
Sure didn't. There's
I give
no
that like 0.000 kiss my ass, 00 lick my ass, whatever you want to say to that theory. The one that they were pushing the entire time. If a kid,
man,
what?
Bluefish
hit
just
and run?
had a hit and run accident.
Yeah, I mean that has crossed my mind as well.
Remember
That
last year there
crossed
was
my
a
mind.
little girl went missing, and it turned out the FedEx driver accidentally hit her and took her.
Yeah, I remember that. And then her body. She was something about the Christmas presents.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, Audrey. Yeah.
Yeah.
That it was Bluefish.
I'm definitely glad I'm done my 12 to 8 shifts for the next 4 weeks. Can't do lives when I'm doing 12 to 8 shifts, but tomorrow I work at 6 a.m. to 2. Actually, I had 6 to 2s, I think, all week, but then somebody wanted to switch on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I do 8 to 4 on those days. Or at least I can do some lives. This case really bugs me. It's heartbreaking. Anything, eh?
I'm working from home all week, so.
Oh, yeah? I work from home Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. No, sorry, tomorrow, and then Wednesday, Thursday, because we always have like a 5-day run, 2 days off, and then type of thing. But so we just have to work in the office 2 days. So mine is Mondays and Tuesdays. It's supposed to snow here, Charmaine, supposedly tomorrow.
We've had almost 30 centimeters, and it's minus 32 outside right now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it is 0 degrees here in Vancouver, Canada. So people don't know where I'm from. Charmaine's in Alberta. Sucker. So this is Vancouver, Canada gets the least amount of snow. If anything, we're more like the United Kingdom, rain. Okay, because we're right near the mountains here, so we just get precipitation. So far this year, we've had this much snow, 0, big fat 0 of snow. So now they're claiming in the forecast. Hold on, I just got to pull this up and take a look. I don't want. Come on, forecast, open up. Hey Siri, what's the forecast for tomorrow?
Looks like snow tomorrow. Daytime temperatures will hover around 1 degree, with overnight lows around -2.
-2. Let it come, let it melt away. Let the rain take it away. But I was excited that I was like, oh my God, well, hold on. We didn't have any snow in 2024. So we did go without it.
So in the Celsius Fahrenheit thing, where I am right now would be minus 26 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Sucker. Enjoy it. Don't want it. Snow. I've lived in Alberta too much to care about snow, really. I like snow when it's at Christmas time and you look at it and it's so nicely dangling on top of the things. JLR. Okay. About 12 days ago now, maybe a little less. Anyways, JLR did a video, all the snow in Florida. Oh my God, Charmaine. Charmaine, you have no idea how much snow there was. Hold on. I gotta go find it. JLR snow video. Oh, let's see. Florida. Okay, yeah, here it is. I think, okay. I have to show you. This is like living in Canada, people, in certain provinces. But this is a typical thing that you would see in Canada for sure, just not in Vancouver. Um, Look at this, Charmaine.
Florida. No, it's snowing out.
In Florida?
7 inches of snow here. Never seen anything like this before.
Crazy?
My
World
life.
shifting?
Ever. And it's still snowing. It's been snowing here
For Florida, that's crazy, but I mean, that's a typical morning.
9 straight
morning from
Look at this.
October to.
This is absolutely insane. Still snowing.
Look at that. That's
Let
like
me show you some
typical
of my
day in
footage
Canada when it's
from
snowing.
earlier. Check it out. There is 7 inches of snow on the ground in this area, and the road is very treacherous. If you got a car, you won't get down it. There's lots of abandoned vehicles. There's a couple tractor trailers jackknifed. We are pushing into.
Yeah.
Let me go see what's up.
See, people that have snow all the time, provinces, they know how to drive in snow.
And we have winter tires.
And winter tires. So, yeah. Isn't that crazy, though? Ding. Anyways, that's crazy ass. You don't ever see, JLR said, my whole time, I've never seen this ever. And that's just it. We can't say the same over here. Like when I've lived in Alberta. And so basically Vancouver, you guys know that, BC looks like a boot. If you look at the lines there, it's like the shape of a boot. Anyways, down in Vancouver, like I said, for us to see snow, we might see it a couple times. Rain takes it away a few days later if it sticks. Now, when I was a kid in Chilliwack, we would see like that type of snow, and that's about 40 minutes away. But anyways, so pretty much when you start leaving the lower mainland is when you start seeing the snow. It's only really the Vancouver area that doesn't seem to get again, we get rain. But when you start getting into Abbotsford, more like Chilliwack and Hope, then you start seeing where, especially Kelowna area, Okanagan, that's where you start seeing all the snow happen, and lately a lot of forest fires out there. That was a crazy one, by the way, you guys' forest fire in California there in the Palisades. That was crazy ass. Like, it was like freaking, it's kind of like what happened in Fort Mac, really, eh? It was like a freaking zombie apocalypse type of movie thing. Okay. Okay, you know what? You guys, I appreciate everybody and your likes and everything like that. We've been on the stream for 4.5 hours pretty much. Sherman, can you just drop down that thing? I'll tag the link to that file again in this video later in just a bit. Thank you, Charmaine. So again, 67 pages of the interviews, timestamps where you can find certain things. Thank you guys for Bluefish and who was it that sent me the article? Crying Out Loud, I think it was. Yeah, Crying Out Loud. Thank you for sending that as well. Clarification there, Hopkinsville, garbage waste and that. But I'm tired. Sorry. I'm tired and I'm hungry. And I have to work at 6 a.m. I know it's only 7:30 here, but I didn't have a lot of sleep last night. And Charmaine, her butt's probably sore too. But you couldn't really go any less than 4 hours because I haven't seen you in a couple months.
I'm good with it.
Yeah, on there.
I'm not good with not seeing you for a couple of months, and I really hope that that's over. I've made a promise to myself that I'm going to stop driving myself crazy, doing everything for everybody else. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It should be zen. I should be good.
Oh my goodness. I keep yawning. Anyways, you guys, again, I don't work, so I'll probably do a live at some point this week here. But right now, I'm just honestly, my brain's too tired to even think of a thought pretty much anymore. It's mush.
I think you should go eat and then go have a nap.
That's what I'm gonna do. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go have something to eat it in the bedroom beside my bed here, have my iPad like I always do in my hand, typically, unless I'm sleeping, and then chill for the rest of the night. Anyways, it's been a pleasure, you guys. Thank you so much. Oh my God, sorry. Sorry, this is your fault. Yawns are contagious. Thank you for the great expression of your intuition. I'm Cancer. Got great intuition. Right, Shireen. You're not a Cancer, but you're Taurus.
Taurus.
Yeah. But the 19th, I remember.
Yes.
Yeah. Because when the manager at work, his birthday is July 19th. So I can connect it now to something.
So he is a Cancer?
Huh?
They're a Cancer? Yeah.
Yeah. Cancer the crab. Anyways, you guys, thank you guys so much. We'll see you next live. Stay subscribed if you want to, and then, hopefully YouTube sends it out to the, notifications, because they kind of do things differently now, and they kind of suck. But if you haven't hit the like button for this live, if you could do that, that would be awesome. Of course, and again, it's never about the channel asking for something selfishly for itself. Sometimes it's very rare I do, but sometimes I have. It's just really about Sebastian. Do it for not us, but for Sebastian, honestly. The more awareness, the better the channels that keep it in the spotlight. And honestly, I appreciate the channels out there that do try to stay fact-based and not make it about drama. I get it. It can be very entertaining listening to some of that shit, and some people have their, whatever. But when it comes to at least facts, appreciate the channels that really do with genuineness from their heart. Just try to give you a place that is factual, but yet can still have your opinions, even if they're different, as long as they're done in a respectful manner, without attacking the creator or people in chat. People can have, and I know sometimes I'm not the best with my words, and I might say morons or idiots and stuff like that. I just have a hard time believing that these people don't or from Seth's side, that don't see a genuine person that's literally looking for their child, versus the polar opposite of what the Proudfoots are doing from a parent perspective. So I don't understand, because to me, you must be blind if you don't understand. Like, see, that is, in my opinion, doesn't mean I'm right. Yes, it does. Absolutely. No, but people can have a difference of opinion on stuff. It's just always about if it's deemed as being very rude and ignorant, right? No need to attack the channel creator. If so, just leave. Just honestly, you don't like the content, leave. If one thing pisses you off out of the content, you want to leave, leave. Yeah, it's for Sebastian. I'm not here for lead people, do fake thumbnails, try to drive in for the sake of my pocketbook, stuff like that. I just couldn't. It's not from my heart. That's why I appreciate people like Charmaine, people like Alexa, people like Melissa, people that just have genuine hearts about doing something, and there's no ulterior motive behind it, you know? So, anyways, with that being said, is there anything last you'd like to say before we hop off?
No, it was just really good to spend some time with you and everybody. And We'll figure this one out. We will figure this out.
Yeah. You know, one day answers are going to come. We'll see what those answers are. So again, I just want to say this. Okay, so nobody has been charged. It's only speculation. We don't know what happened to Sebastian, but hopefully one day the answers will come forth and a light shines those answers our way. So that being said, you guys have a great night. Take care, and we'll do a live in the next couple days probably here. And thank you, Charmaine. Thank you guys. Thank you, mods. And thank you to the membership and your gifts, your memberships.
You're welcome. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye, guys.
Good night, Sharon.
The world is cold. We stand surrounded. We are not alone.